Chapter 41. A learned person. The total amount of money registered for the mission was substantial. Still, Falcon Eye generously conceded the sponsorship to him without much hesitation. Was it because Falcon Eye was not greedy for money? Or perhaps because his favorability toward him was exceptionally high? Or could it be, does he earn more than I thought? According to Unhyang, Falcon Eye was considered a mid-tier streamer based solely on his stream audience. If you reach the level of Baksuhyuk, you start to enter the ranks of major streamers, and occasionally some streamers even surpass an average of 100,000 viewers. If Falcon Eye was already at this level, just how much were those other streamers earning? I shouldn't underestimate them. While Suhyuk was secretly feeling pleased, Falcon Eye posed a question. Will you accept? Suhyuk nodded. They're offering to sponsor me, so I should gratefully accept it. Ha ha ha, yet another victory proclamation. Is this saying old Suhyuk is barely worth anything? Lee Suhyuk, come out. The viewers were exhilarated by Suhyuk's challenge. Viewers crave excitement. From that perspective, a battle between two individuals named Lee Suhyuk was an irresistible thrill. Okay, then I'll commentate. Any objections, guys? Yep. Otherwise, we'll just watch and do nothing? You'd do it even if we said no. That's right. I asked just out of politeness. You know well. Falcon Eye, nodding mischievously, asked the viewers who proposed the mission. Guys, how many coins should it be? Honestly, one try is too much. Let's do it in one try. Cutting off Falcon Eye, Suhyuk stretched his shoulders. If I lose, I'll remove my mask immediately. Whoa, whoa, whoa. If he loses, he'll... Ha ha ha. What a statement. It sounded a bit odd, but that was the bet for the mission this time. Lee Suhyuk's record. If Suhyuk couldn't exceed that record, he would have to remove his mask. Really? Is one try enough? Yes. The result was already decided anyway. Whether it was the second or third try, the outcome wouldn't change. Wow, you sure are bold. All right then, let's not waste time and start quickly. Beep. 0300. 3 minutes. That was the time given to catch the scarecrows. Unfortunately, I only have one coin, so the stream might be shorter. Sorry for those who miss it. You'll have to watch the recording. Another video cut, damn it. Is this all staged? Seriously over the top. Though there was some criticism, it wasn't necessarily bad. In this scenario, Falcon Eye took even critical comments positively. It means the expectations are high. The only issue is... Step. He turned to look at Suhyuk heading toward the scarecrows. Can he meet those expectations in one try? If he had more attempts, there would be no worries. Unlike the skeptical viewers, Falcon Eye had complete faith in Suhyuk's talent and skills. The only problem was the opponent wasn't easy. I can't believe he declared he'd do it in one try. It was Falcon Eye himself who had set the challenge against Blue Eye's Lee Suhyuk. Even so, Falcon Eye wasn't confident whether Suhyuk could break the record. The opponent was literally a legend. Someone's dominance had not been surpassed for over 20 years. Surpassing that record? It was something no one could be sure of. I'll count to 3 and signal. At Falcon Eye's words, Suhyuk nodded slightly instead of replying. His gaze changed. As he began summoning thunder, his eyes glinted with a golden hue. Let's do well. It was a competition against no one else but his past self. I must not lose. And, with a deep breath, magic intertwined with the air he exhaled. I must not win either. Zap dash. Lightning is activated. At that moment, zap dash. Suhyuk lunged forward. 02:59. Asterisk. The game has started. Zap dash. Leaving a trail of yellow magical residue, Suhyuk darted forward. Falcon Eye's eyes sparkled. It was his first time watching Suhyuk fight in reality, not merely on a stream. Given the nature of his stream, it was unlikely he'd ever see such a thing again. Boom! The head of the leading scarecrow shattered without the need for a sword, crushed underfoot. One shot. Why so easy? Immediate doubt surfaced. Falcon Eye began to commentate. The scarecrows increase in strength in the order they appear. Ah. So, the beginning is easy. Speak for yourself. Boom! Suyuk's elbow smashed down on another scarecrow's head. Another head easily crumbled. Programmed to mimic human anatomy, the scarecrow was instantly destroyed. Even if the sequence is early, the difficulty isn't as easy as you think. An average player from the third floor area would struggle to surpass 15. SSK-. Finally, Suyuk drew his sword. Simultaneously, a burst of lightning accompanied the action. Falcon Eye's eyes lit up. It begins. Swish dash. Quickly, the necks of the scarecrows were severed. Enhancing his mobility, Suyuk defeated over 10 scarecrows in a flash without even taking a proper breath before moving on. Beep dash. 02:32. In under 30 seconds, 12 scarecrows had fallen. Falcon Eye's eyes wavered. Could this be? So fast? Realistically, at this speed, even 70 is possible. And then it gets harder the further you go. That's why I said theoretically. But still, maybe? As he surpassed the 10th, the pace noticeably slowed down. Weapons flew at him from all directions. Spearheads targeted him, arrows aimed at his head. And at that moment, zap dash, gathering lightning at his toes, Suyuk leaped, stepping on a scarecrow's head. Wow. Seeing this again here, lol. Is this a circus? LOL. Wasn't aerial combat Suyuk's forte originally? Jumping off the heads of giants before, now Suyuk leaped upwards using the heads of scarecrows. He swiftly escaped the range of the weapons aimed at him from all sides. After a high leap, Suyuk surveyed the area below. With all his might, he prepared to swing his sword. Diving into the midst of the scarecrows, Suyuk launched his attack. Boom! Lightning gathered at the tip of his sword exploded, sweeping the scarecrows away. The power was impressive, but the speed was even more remarkable. Falcon Eye glanced at the remaining time. 01:22. Scarecrows defeated. 29. Now he needed to defeat 14 more to surpass Lee Suyuk's record of 43. The scarecrows became more challenging as the count rose, but the pace was beyond expectations. Could he really? A mix of bewilderment and anticipation spilled from Falcon Eye's lips. His eyes, entranced, followed Suyuk's movements. Zap dash, crack dash. The sword was halfway through a scarecrow before being stopped. Bodies became sturdier. For the first time since the trial began, weapons flew at him from all directions in this brief pause. PSSHH dash. SSHH dash. A spear grazed his cheek, narrowly cutting it. Despite this, he advanced further instead of retreating. Bam dash. He drew the sword embedded in the scarecrow's neck, simultaneously kicking its head. With a crunch, like a tree falling, the scarecrow's neck broke. Beep dash. Scarecrows defeated. 30. Another scarecrow was added to the tally. At this rate, second place is guaranteed. Could he actually do it? Betmakers are screwed, ha ha ha. One try, let's go. Tick, tick dash. Time trickled away. Higher-ranked scarecrows didn't fall easily. The lightning's speed increased, and the destructive power grew stronger. Falcon Eye watched Suyuk's movements without missing a beat. This is strange. Zap dash. Watching Suyuk leap into the air, Falcon Eye felt a peculiar sense of alienation. It was intense. With no moments to rest, he moved relentlessly, swinging his sword with perfectly coordinated moves. It felt almost like watching a meticulously scripted play. Suyuk's movements were flawless. That was the reason for the sense of discord in this fight. Why does it feel different? Boom! With the sound of thunder, the trial neared its end. Scarecrows defeated. 41:00:13. Crackle dash. 13 seconds remained. Only 3 more scarecrows to break Lee Suyuk's record. The rapid-fire chat slowed noticeably. Viewers, sensing the historic moment, focused intently on the stream. Suyuk cut down another scarecrow, turning his gaze to the last one. This isn't easy. Crackle dash. With a struggling sound, His sword embedded itself in the tough neck of the final scarecrow. This makes 43. Scarecrows defeated. 43. The trial has concluded. Record is being registered. 1 St. Place. Lee Suyuk. 1 St. Place. Lee Suyuk. Tie for first place. The same number of scarecrows had been defeated. Lee Suyuk remained in first place, and simultaneously Suyuk was newly registered as first place. At that moment, the momentarily quieted chat flared up in excitement. What? 43? Wow, insane lol. He actually did it lol. I can't believe he really did it. If only he had taken one more down. The chat surged so fast it was impossible to read all the messages. Falcon Eye, glancing at Suyuk catching his breath behind his mask, hurriedly resumed the stream. F. 43. A tie with Lee Suyuk. Falcon Eye, unable to hide his excitement, spoke rapidly. The content of Lee Suyuk versus Lee Suyuk ends in a tie. Wow, what a close one. How is it, guys? Amazing. No words needed. I thought he'd come in second. Honestly, I didn't expect even second place. Seriously, what was this unknown guy? Suyuk's stream was not very well known. He had viewers in the thousands, but streamers with such numbers were numerous. Furthermore, his career wasn't long. Thus, this collaboration was a significant turning point for Suyuk. Thunder Coca-Cola has donated 100 points. Incredible. Subscribing right away. Feet Wiper Falcon Eye has donated 200 points. Lol. Falcon Eye going all out. This is intense. Tasteless Hill has donated 1,000 points. Donations poured in. While Suyuk caught his breath, Falcon Eye quickly responded to the donations. Thunder Coca-Cola, thanks for the 100 points. Feet Wiper Falcon Eye, I told you to change that nickname. Anyway, thanks. Is this Lee Suyuk stream? No, you're in the wrong place. The flow of donations didn't stop. For a streamer, the frequency of donations was as important as the number of viewers. Donations represented both the streamer's income and the viewer's loyalty. If it's this much now, what would the reaction have been if he had broken the record? While continuing the stream, Falcon Eye kept glancing at Suyuk. In his mind, the image of Suyuk's movements replayed over and over. No matter how I think about it, something feels off. He couldn't explain it in words. But throughout the scarecrow fight, Falcon Eye felt a peculiar sense of discord. Perhaps the viewers watching the stream didn't feel it. The small screen and the inability to capture subtle movements made a difference between watching it live and on a stream. Could it be just my imagination? Just as he was thinking that, Reinhardt has donated 10,000 points, a donation of 10,000 points. Along with it, the name that appeared made Falcon Eye's eyes widen. Reinhardt, Chapter 42, 10,000 points. It was an amount seldom seen outside of major streamers. But more captivating than the amount was the donor's name. Reinhardt? Is it really him? Must be a fake. Why would the KF come here? If it's the real first sword, this is insane. Reinhardt. To Lee Suyuk's fans, he was better known as the first sword. A ranker, but also one of the few who streamed as a hobby. No, it's legit. Yeah, it's really him. Checked his stream station. Big player incoming. Whether he's a big or mid-tier player, does it matter? It's Reinhardt. The chat exploded like gasoline on a fire. Momentarily stunned, Falcon Eye saw this as a golden opportunity and quickly spoke up. Reinhardt Nim. Thank you for the 10,000 points donation. Wow, what brings a ranker to my stream? Reinhardt has donated 1,000 points. I've been enjoying your streams, Falcon Eye. Today's play by Lee Suyuk was very impressive. Thank you for the 1,000 points. You're incredibly generous. You've been watching my streams? That's an honor. Falcon Eye beamed as he carried on the conversation with Reinhardt. For Falcon Eye, a mid-tier streamer, the appearance of a ranker like Reinhardt was a huge boon. It promised compelling content and potential traction in the community, not to mention a substantial increase in points. The same went for Suyuk. Ranker Reinhardt, though called the first sword disparagingly, was a high-profile figure. His acknowledgement would certainly benefit Suyuk's stream. However, why is he here? Suyuk, behind his mask, frowned. He knew Reinhardt's personality well. Petty, brimming with inferiority and conceited, all traits of a scumbag. Regardless of public perception, this was Suyuk's assessment of Reinhardt. Moreover, Isaac, that bastard died just a few days ago. A normal father would still be mourning. Instead, Reinhardt was donating to another stream, not a normal circumstance. Why is he here? Did he suspect I killed Isaac? Though he considered the worst-case scenario, the likelihood was extremely low. The most plausible reason remained Reinhardt's inferiority complex. It bothers him. The First Sword, an inextricably linked nickname to Reinhardt. Even after 20 years, the name persisted, likely a complex for him. A new Lee Suyuk emerging would be an enticing target for such an insecure individual. Reinhardt has donated 1,000 points. Lee Suyuk, would you be interested in a collaborative stream? It was his 5th donation already. With Suyuk's silence, Reinhardt blatantly used donations to communicate. Collaborative stream. Clearly, that was Reinhardt's objective. A collab? Wow, this is big. The First Sword for real? Voices of anticipation filled the chat. Falcon Eye's viewers seemed to include quite a few of Reinhardt's. However, I'm not sure. Suyuk's response was lukewarm. I have events on the 3rd floor and plan to focus on the trial for a while. His glance strayed off-screen to where Unhyang and John Dale stood. Especially John Dale, who was vigorously signaling X with his hands. Sorry, but it couldn't be helped. I'm sorry, but let's schedule the collab another time. I'll reach out to you. Cleaning up the chaotic atmosphere fell to Falcon Eye. By declining Reinhardt's invitation, Suyuk had offloaded all the responsibility onto him. So I guess my role here is done. What? No, Suyuk. Wait a moment. Falcon Eye sighed mid-sentence. Indeed, Suyuk's part in this content had concluded. Additionally, the results were stellar. Wrapping things up was Falcon Eye's task now, and dealing with the fallout of rejecting Reinhardt's proposal, which had inflamed viewer sentiments. Suyuk walked over to Unhyang. Falcon Eye's chatter with the chat was no longer of interest to him. John Dale looked on the verge of tears. Why did you reject it? John Dale's role was to support Suyuk's stream, ensuring its success. He couldn't bear the thought of wasting such an opportunity that had practically fallen into their laps. It was a chance. Really? Yes. Collaborating with a ranker isn't an easy feat. Unhyang chimed in, also feeling disappointed in her capacity as manager. Even with the company's concerted efforts, such opportunities were rare. Yet Suyuk had willingly turned it down. If that's the case, it doesn't matter. But Suyuk showed no sign of regret. I'll become a ranker myself anyway. His primary content was climbing the tower. A ranker? Compared to what he had to achieve, becoming a ranker was just a stepping stone. Growing the stream was important, but meeting Reinhardt now was not a wise move. With Isaac's incident and all, there's no benefit in facing that scumbag now. Suyuk knew he wasn't the Lee Suyuk of the past. Back then, Reinhardt had been defeated in one strike and earned the First Sword nickname, but he was still a ranker. In his current form, Suyuk couldn't protect himself if Reinhardt showed his true colors. It's best to avoid him for now. About 30 minutes later, Falcon Eye finally ended the stream and returned, exhausted. Good job. You too. Unhyang handed Falcon Eye a bottle of water. Falcon Eye downed it, thanking her. Phew. My God. I was sweating bullets. I must have seen 1,000 messages asking for Suyuk to come out. I apologize.
No worries.
Thanks to you, the donations exploded. We got great footage too. Even after Suyuk left, Reinhardt proposed the collab multiple times. With each proposal, he donated 1,000 points. In total, Reinhardt alone had donated 17,000 points. Furthermore, Reinhardt's presence spurred additional donations, making the stream very lucrative in a short time. I'll share today's donation and video revenue with you. You did great. I didn't do much. Short but impactful, wasn't it? I didn't expect you to match the record. Falcon Eye trailed off, giving a thumbs up. Suyuk, used to compliments, nodded and asked a question. About the videos, what do you mean? Videos? Oh, you mean the edited clips that go up on players. Yes. Are they profitable too? Suyuk knew streamers made a lot of money, but he didn't know much about the video aspect. A lot, especially for someone like me. Like you. Feedback content tends to be short, but it's easy to clip into a video. Roughly speaking, I make about 5 times as much from videos as I do from donations. 5 times? The revenue was far higher than expected. He had assumed it was supplementary at best. For someone like you, the video revenue would be comparable or slightly higher than donations. Impressive, right? Yes, it's beyond expectations. For details, you can ask this guy. Isn't that what the company is for? Falcon Eye pointed at John Dale, who still looked regretful about missing the collab with Reinhardt. I'll contact you once the video goes up. Barely finishing his statement. Since I answered your question, may I ask one? As if he'd been waiting, Falcon Eye asked. Your fighting seemed a bit off. Were you not feeling well or injured? Anhyang widened her eyes at Suyuk, having watched the trial closely like Falcon Eye, feeling a similar sense of unease. Subtle awkwardness here and there. Something you couldn't catch on a stream but could notice in person. Did it show? Suyuk smacked his lips in regret. He had tried to be inconspicuous, but Falcon Eye's keen eye had seen through it. True, his sharp perceptions alone had allowed him to succeed as a streamer. In the end, it's a loss whether I win or lose. Suyuk finally answered. Why would that be? My stream rides on the aura of Lee Suyuk. If I win, I'll gain that aura but tarnish Lee Suyuk's legend. The legendary player, Lee Suyuk. Though it was his own name, Suyuk needed that legend. Losing is a problem too. It would solidify the belief that streamer Lee Suyuk falls short compared to the real one. So, in this trial, I needed to create a result where neither character of Lee Suyuk was harmed. The best result for that purpose. That was precisely this. This is just right. Anhyang, Falcon Eye, and John Dale all wore the same expression. Did he really think that far ahead? And even if he did, was it possible? Then, with a hint of disbelief, Falcon Eye asked, Are you saying you could have done better? This wasn't just any record. Lee Suyuk, a great player who defined an era. Creating a tie with Lee Suyuk's record on his first attempt was astonishing enough. The fact that it was intentional was beyond belief. Well, but Suyuk had no intention of answering that question. Let's stick to one question per exchange. Anhyang and Falcon Eye both had disappointed expressions. They wanted to hear from this Lee Suyuk if he could surpass Blue Eye's Lee Suyuk. Well, it can't be helped. Falcon Eye didn't press further. Pushing for answers when someone didn't want to speak only created animosity. So what are your plans moving forward? Considering the nature of my content, I'm curious about your next steps. I plan to focus on the third floor event for a while. Falcon Eye's eyes lit up. The third floor event hosted by Blue Zone. It aligned perfectly with Lee Suyuk's stream theme. That's a solid plan. You made a good choice. It's thanks to the company and my capable manager. Falcon Eye grinned at Anhyang upon hearing Suyuk's modest reply. Indeed, she was a capable manager, though her competency leaned more towards her ability as a player. Then I'll see you around, Suyuk. Yes, it was a pleasure. Suyuk shook Falcon Eye's offered hand. He declined the after-party suggestion. He had no time for idle drinking. On his way back, Suyuk reflected on what he had said earlier. My stream rides on the aura of Lee Suyuk. If I win, I'll gain that aura but tarnish Lee Suyuk's legend. He knew it. He was currently riding on the name of Lee Suyuk. Though it was his past life, it still irked his pride somewhat. I can't keep riding on it forever. People would now say that streamer Lee Suyuk and Blue Eyes Lee Suyuk had the same level of talent and skill. And that meant, depending on what I do now, the value of the name Lee Suyuk will rise together. People would say that whatever streamer Lee Soo-yuk accomplished, Blue Eyes Lee Soo-yuk could also achieve. He had no intention of riding on his past life's name indefinitely. One day he would surpass it, higher and further. The tie was just a temporary compromise for that purpose. Chapter 43. Crack dash. The steel desk bent and collapsed to the floor. A middle-aged man with long, luxurious blonde hair cascading down to his chest. Reinhardt muttered, his eyes flashing a menacing blue. This insolent brat. His gaze was fixed on the player kit lying on the floor. A message flashed on the kit. Falcon Eye stream has ended. The time and points he had poured into that stream felt like a waste, but more than that, his pride had been scratched. What's happening? Creak dash. At the loud noise from inside, Reinhardt's manager hastily opened the door and entered. Seeing the broken desk and Reinhardt's fierce expression, the manager flinched and took a step back. You know Lee Soo-yuk, right? The one you told me about. Ah yes, you mean the streamer. Streamer Lee Soo-yuk. The person who had informed Reinhardt about him was the very manager now standing in the room. Having taken an interest in streaming, Reinhardt thought it would help boost his notoriety, leading him to hire a personal manager for his streaming activities. Yes, that Lee Soo-yuk. He rejected my proposal. Rejected your proposal? The manager looked surprised. This was Reinhardt, after all. Despite the infamous moniker, the title of the First Sword, coupled with his other name, the Golden Sword, marked him as a renowned high-ranker. Moreover, considering the relationship between Blue Eyes Lee Soo-yuk and Reinhardt, a collaboration between the two would be highly appealing content. Surely, even a large company like Balhe would see the value in it. It must have been the streamer's independent decision. Why do you think so? Balhe is profit-driven. They wouldn't refuse a collaboration with someone like you. It seems to be Lee Soo-yuk's personal judgment. Why would he do that? By your logic, there's no reason for him to refuse. That, I'm not sure either. There's no apparent reason. The manager glanced at the broken desk, looking troubled. Reinhardt stared at the manager for a moment before gesturing for him to leave the room. Picking up the kit from the floor again, Reinhardt muttered, pointlessly wasted points. 17,000 points. Not a major blow, but it was still a waste. If he couldn't persuade them, there was no need to spend points in the first place. Furthermore, and my pride too. Pride. It was worth far more than 17,000 points. Because of this incident, his name would buzz in the community for a while. Some might even mock him, saying Lee Soo-yuk rejected the First Sword's advances. Annoyance surged. Reinhardt's face contorted. Lee Soo-yuk. Publicly crushing him was meant to dilute the lingering image of the First Sword in people's minds. Tick, tick dash. Reinhardt picked up the kit again and checked the accumulated messages. Among them, his finger paused on one lower down the list. Isaac, what the hell are you up to? Neither calls nor texts were getting through to Isaac. Reinhardt felt a growing sense of unease. Returning to the dormitory with Soo-yuk, An-hyang headed to her room and answered a call. The caller was John Dale. With a resigned sigh, she answered. Yes. Do you always sound so tired when you answer my calls? Why no energy? You're calling about the collaboration, aren't you? Of course. I can't just let such an opportunity slip by. As expected, it was about the declined collaboration with Reinhardt. It was something An-hyang could understand, but from John Dale and the company's perspective, it was incomprehensible. Understand, it's Lee Soo-yuk we're talking about. I know, but he's also a streamer, isn't he? As his manager, you should try to persuade him. Climbing the tower takes precedence over collabs. That's how it is for players. No. An-hyang cut John Dale off decisively. For Lee Soo-yuk, it has to be that way. A moment of silence followed by a sigh. From that sigh, An-hyang knew she had won the argument with John Dale. Fine. I won't press the issue further. Of course. I mean, no, forget it. Actually, it's just that one thing that's frustrating. Everything else is excellent. Everything else? Have you checked the community? If not, do it now. I'll stay on the line. Hyang manipulated her kit to access the player's community. One of the best posts caught her eye. Lee Soo-yuk versus Lee Soo-yuk. The topic of today's stream. Already on the best? The player's community featured 20 best posts. Each day, the posts with the most views and recommendations made it to the best, and a single appearance could easily boost a streamer's average viewers by 500. Of course, making it there was no easy feat. Play button Lee Soo-yuk versus Lee Soo-yuk reverse button. I thought he was just another unknown, but from today he's not just an unknown. This guy's the real deal. The post featured a cleverly merged image of two Lee Soo-yuks in identical masks. It seemed to have made it to the best list because of this composite image. Just as important as the content were the comments. Hyang quickly scrolled to read them. Ha ha ha, the meme is crazy lol. Was it two Soo-yuks because there are two Soo-yuks? So unfunny. But isn't he still on the third floor? Aren't people overreacting? Just as you said, he's still on the third floor. Doesn't mean the future's clear. Isn't it certified they have the same talent? He even got lightning. Shut up. I need to change my underwear. Over 200 comments had been posted. Unlike Blue Eyes Lee Soo-yuk, many people might have heard about the streamer Lee Soo-yuk for the first time. The emergence of another talented player and streamer was more than enough to pique public interest. The comments are still coming in. Even if it's the third floor, it's no ordinary feat. Haven't you checked yet? She had forgotten she hadn't ended the call with John Dale. Oh, right. Do you even consider me your superior? John Dale asked, bewildered, sighing again, though the sigh concealed undeniable joy. Anyway, it looks like your contract with the streamer is a jackpot.
Hyang chuckled.
Well, thank you for acknowledging. Sigh. Just make sure to handle things smoothly. We've got a good thing going here. Yes, sir. I'll keep things under control. After ending the call, Hyang sat down, reflecting on how today's stream could be a turning point. She knew Soo-yuk had something special and was ready to manage and harness it to the fullest. Soo-yuk, back at the dormitory, began preparing for the trial that would commence the following day. The third-floor trial would be conducted in an open world. Unlike the trials on the second floor, this meant he could encounter other players. Fortunately, the information available through his kit was quite useful. Is there lightning on the third floor too? Blue Zone still challenges the unresolved tasks. Lee Soo-yuk's determination continues. Unsolved dungeon. Is it really impregnable? A place unsolvable by even 50 players. The 178th challenge. The schedule is... This still hasn't been conquered? Soo-yuk's eyebrow twitched. He had known the dungeon had a high difficulty level since his era, but he hadn't expected it to remain unconquered until now. 20 years might have passed, but it seemed that little had changed above or below. Well, it's good for me. Though it was frustrating that his successors hadn't solved it, it wasn't a bad thing. If that dungeon truly held a fragment of lightning, Soo-yuk had every reason to conquer it. It looks like I'll be busy starting tomorrow. In a few days, the tournament would begin. Minji's heirloom, the nimble thief's footwear, an item as the prize for the third floor's big event. He had no intention of missing it, nor did he plan to simply rest until then. He aimed to conquer both the third floor and the tournament hosted by Blue Zone spectacularly. Knock, knock. As he was examining his kit, someone knocked on the door. At this hour, he knew who it was. Soo-yuk donned the mask he had left on the desk and spoke. Come in. Yes, da. It was still a bright and cheerful voice. Hyang entered Soo-yuk's room with a smiling face, holding a mask in her hands. The mask you requested is ready. That was fast. They had a finished mask that just needed a few tweaks. Soo-yuk accepted the mask Hyang handed him. It was designed to allow the mouthpiece to be easily detached and reattached, adding to its convenience compared to the previous mask. They must have a lot of these if they could get one quickly. Yes, of course. Because it's Lee Soo-yuk. Because it's Lee Soo-yuk. Such a simple phrase. For Hyang, everything seemed to be explained by those words. But unfortunately, it wasn't the same for Soo-yuk. Despite it being his own story. Why do people like Lee Soo-yuk so much? Asking this, Suyuk alternated his gaze between the mask in his hands and Unhyang. Suyuk was aware that he had many fans. However, because he was busy climbing the tower, he had never conversed with them. Indeed, he couldn't. Reasons, huh? Unhyang pouted her lips, deep in thought over Suyuk's question. There are many reasons. Maybe because we're from the same earth, or because you're cool. Continuing to talk, a joyful smile spread across Unhyang's face. Fans probably see him as a symbol of hope and resilience. He had achieved things they can only dream of. And then, there's his demeanor. Unstoppable and confident. It's inspiring. Suyuk listened, a contemplative look on his face. And above all else, Lee Suyuk was our hope. Excuse me? Hope? That was a grand word. Something entirely unexpected. What kind of hope are you talking about? Unhyang smiled at Suyuk's inquiry, as if looking at a child who knew nothing. Naturally, she was unaware of Suyuk's true age. When I first came into this tower, there was nothing. Suyuk nodded at her words. He remembered too the day he first entered the tower. Outside the cities, monsters roamed, and there were no means to earn food or money. It wasn't the stable world it is now. This was not just something known only to veteran players. The early days of the tower had been passed down through words and records even after nearly 50 years. There was only one way, climbing up. What was above? That anticipation was the only hope players had. If you climbed the tower, you could earn points. With this world's currency, you could settle down here, and maybe even integrate this world as our own. Making this world our own. Thinking back, there had been moments when such thoughts did cross his mind. Great players give us hope that this tower can be conquered and ruled. Lee Suyuk was the best among them. What he achieved wasn't just about exploring many floors. Hope. Suyuk nodded. Listening to the explanation, he began to understand why so many people were passionate about the name Lee Suyuk. But that was for the average player. Do you feel the same way, manager? Unhyang laughed awkwardly at Suyuk's question. That's part of it. So there's more to it. From what Suyuk had observed, Unhyang's fandom was extraordinary. Her enthusiasm for a streamer simply sharing the same name made him wonder what her reaction would be to the real deal. It's still a secret. With a playful expression, she put a finger to her lips. You'll be surprised. Make sure you're ready when I decide to share it. A secret. Be prepared. Did she even imagine? What kind of secret lay within the person standing right in front of her? Reflecting on their conversation, Suyuk felt a mix of unease and curiosity. Unhyang's words hinted at depths he had yet to explore about her admiration and her reasons. Whatever lay beneath, Suyuk knew that understanding these layers, and how people saw him, would be crucial as he climbed higher, not just in the tower but in the hearts and minds of those who followed his ascent. Chapter 44. The players' channel stream community was in turmoil. And not just the streaming community. High-ranking players keenly interested in new rookies on the lower floors and various guilds were similarly abuzz. Play button why fake Suyuk is a fraud reverse button. Play button it's all staged. How can you believe this? Reverse button. Play button reasons why Suyuk reincarnated. Photos. Reverse button. Conspiracies emerged, claiming the trial was orchestrated and faked by Balhi Entertainment. Meanwhile, many others believed in the authenticity. How would you fake that? Explain. Such paranoia, lol. Here come the conspiracy theorists. Why don't you just say the lightning is fake too, lol? Public opinion was fiercely divided. Guilds were also in a frenzy. Balhi Entertainment found itself swamped with unexpected contacts from guilds eager to speak with Suyuk. The issue was that these contacts were mostly about guild recruitment, not streams. He won't join any guilds. Amid this situation, Unhyang relayed Suyuk's decision to the company. If they have something to say to him, they should do it through donations. John Dale could hardly believe what he was hearing. Tell them to communicate through donations? It almost felt like he was managing Humming a light tune, Unhyang flopped onto her plush bed. Snacks such as jerky, sweets, and jelly were scattered across the bed. This is why being a manager is fun. Early in the morning, after finishing his meal, Soo-yuk left the dormitory to take the trial. Taking the trial meant starting his stream. Eun-hyang had stocked up on her favorite snacks and was eagerly waiting for Soo-yuk's stream. While staring at her kit, waiting for the notification that the stream had begun, her mind wandered back to what she had said to Soo-yuk last night. "You'll be surprised. Make sure you're ready when I decide to share it." Ugh! What had possessed her to say such a thing? He won't think it's strange, will he? It would have been better if she had said nothing at all. For the first time, Soo-yuk had asked something personal about her, and in her excitement, she ended up saying more than she needed to. "Ah! Aya! Bang! Pop!" Once again, Eun-hyang's fists flew at an innocent pillow. Feathers burst out and littered the room. As she privately wallowed in her embarrassment, a notification appeared. Lee Soo-yuk has started streaming, the message she had been waiting for. No, a message now awaited by over 10,000 subscribers appeared on her kit screen. Eun-hyang quickly readied herself, snacks in hand, and tuned into the stream, eager and filled with anticipation. Soo-yuk's progress was about to be shared with many, an exciting moment for fans and rankers alike. Third floor examination room. Standing at the entrance to the portal, Soo-yuk greeted the viewers pouring in. "Thank you for the 1,000 points. I love Lee Soo-yuk. You're here again."
Ah, mission vilain.
"Yes. Let's see if you can win today." After a few sessions, he became familiar with communicating with the viewers to some extent. "The manager asked us to subscribe, so I clicked twice. Which faction will you choose for the third floor? Not going into the blue zone? Soo-hyuk. Soloing again this time? Maybe it was because many new viewers had joined?" As soon as the stream started, countless questions came flooding in. Some of them came with small donations attached. He couldn't respond to every chat message, but he couldn't ignore the donations completely. Moreover, given the nature of his stream, which required concentration on the trial, now was the time when donations flowed most actively, right after the stream began. "Yes, I'm soloing again this time. I find it more comfortable alone." Golden Lion donated 500 points. "Aren't you doing a collab with the real Reinhardt?" Golden Lion. It was the name of the guild that Reinhardt belonged to. Judging by the nickname change, this viewer seemed to be a fan of Reinhardt. "No, I'll be concentrating on Victory Tower for the time being." World Tree 3 donated 5,000 points. "Hello Soo-yuk. I am Raymond from the World Tree Guild. I have something important to discuss. Do you have a moment?" The guilds were starting to show serious interest. Soo-yuk smiled behind his mask at the generous donation. "It's not the right time yet. Thank you for your donation." Soo-yuk had no intention of joining a guild. But that didn't mean there was nothing to gain from the guilds. 10 minutes into the stream, Soo-yuk checked the viewer count. Viewers. 719, 2,700. The numbers had increased significantly. At this rate, it might reach 4,000, no, perhaps even 5,000. The collaboration effect is strong. The subscriber count also surpassed 10,000. Edited videos would be uploaded soon, and today's profits from yesterday's collaboration would be settled as well. He could understand why the company regretted missing the collaboration with Reinhardt so much. The stream is going smoothly. Everything would be fine if it continued like this. The speed at which he was accumulating points was accelerating. All he had to do was keep providing the content they wanted to see. And that was too easy. Because, "I am Lee Soo-yuk." Step dash. He moved to take the trial. With his eyes gleaming through the mask, Soo-yuk spoke. "Let's begin the stream." Whoosh dash. As he stepped into the portal, a bright light enveloped his body. "Let's go. Let's go." Starting the third floor trial. Amid a pure white background, with the message floating before his eyes, the trial began. Choose your affiliation. Admin Kingdom details. Conrad Kingdom details. The outcome of the third floor trial varied greatly depending on the chosen kingdom. Each faction was antagonistic toward each other and offered different quests based on affiliation. Admin is definitely the way to go. Odman was like ages ago, lol. Isn't Odman an empty house now since it's all drained dry? Still, choosing Conrad seems a bit rough. A brief debate about the two factions ensued. At this rate, there was no need to go through the hassle of looking up information. Which faction was better? While the answer to that question was evident, Suyuk's choice was the opposite. You have chosen Conrad Kingdom. Complete tasks to earn performance points. Current performance points 0. Required performance points 10,000. Conrad. The chat blazed again with his choice. LOL, this is it. I expected this, LOL. Odman is kind of predictable. Well, he might pull it off anyway. Conrad. Only about 3% of the total players chose this faction. And there was undoubtedly a reason why so few players chose it. Transferring to Conrad Kingdom. Whoosh dash. Color began to fill the pure white landscape. The initially blurry view stabilized into clear scenery, like a mirage solidifying. The building, filled with the scent of men, came into Suyuk's view, teeming with burly mercenaries. So, Conrad is full of mercenaries? Why are the facilities here so run down? Mercenaries. This was the status assigned to Suyuk and all players belonging to the Conrad Kingdom. Just as Suyuk began his trial in the Conrad Kingdom. What's this weak-looking guy doing here? Thud dash. A man brushed past, hitting Suyuk's shoulder. Just standing there like an idiot? You're in the way. The towering man glanced at Suyuk and clicked his tongue in disdain. There was enough space to pass by, but he bumped into him on purpose. Suyuk wasn't naive enough to miss that. You hit me, didn't you? Suyuk's eyes sparkled as he adjusted his microphone. Isn't it nice to meet you? LOL. Isn't it nice to meet you? Ha, classic. Suyuk moved towards the man who had brushed past him. As Suyuk placed a hand on his shoulder, the man turned to face him, furrowing his brows menacingly. What? You got a problem? Of course I do. You just hit my shoulder. Suyuk glanced at the insignia hanging on the man's shoulder. A silver badge symbolizing a B rank. What's with this guy? If you have something to say, spit it out. Are you mute? The man's words made Suyuk realize his current state. Oh right, my mic. Forgot the mic again, LOL. He's good at everything but streaming, LOL. From the mercenary's perspective, he just got stopped and stared at blankly, LOL. Briefly embarrassed, Suyuk quickly adjusted the microphone back to its usual state, repeating the same words once more. So what? What are you gonna do about it? You're just an E rank. E rank. That was the mercenary rank currently assigned to Suyuk. All players starting in Conrad are given an E rank mercenary ranking. E rank is 3 levels lower than B rank. Don't you know the rules here? If you're weak, low-ranked, and nameless, you get trampled. The man sneered. Actually, you should be grateful for just bumping shoulders, right? Murmurs spread. People started gathering around the brewing confrontation. What's going on? A fight? Seems like it. Who's that? A newbie? Looks that way, but can he even fight? The rank difference is too big. That vulture, always picking on E rank. The chatter of the onlookers reached his ears. Some were apparently hoping to see Suyuk get beaten down. Well, mercenaries are known for being this way. Savage, sweaty, and violent. Especially small guilds in rural areas. Suyuk smiled at the gathering crowd. The audience was quite enough. Yeah, I'm an E rank. Crackle dash. Magic sparked at Suyuk's fingertips. Lightning, imbues your hand. Zap dash. His fist shot out, striking the man's chin before returning to its original position. But I won't be for long. What the hell? Mid-sentence, the man lost strength in his legs and collapsed. His eyes rolled back, showing the whites. Suyuk pushed the falling man aside. Thud dash. The wooden floor echoed as it met the man's heavy body. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Huh? Why did he fall down all of a sudden? Is he okay? Most didn't understand what had happened. It had occurred too quickly. Hey, Vulture. Hey, are you all right? What's wrong with him? Did this guy do something? He said his mother wasn't feeling well recently. You idiot. Just because his mother is sick doesn't mean he'd suddenly collapse. During the commotion, the man's comrades rushed over. A group of C-rank, D-rank, and one B-rank mercenary. They glared at Suyuk, grinding their teeth. You got lucky, didn't you? Why are you staring? Should I rip that weird mask off your face? Did he do something to him? Having to deal with more trouble. Suyuk scratched his head and adjusted his microphone. They didn't see it either. Planning to showcase a powerful punch for his initiation might have been too much. But it was a relief. Mercenaries are naturally provoked easily.
Top.
Suyuk relaxed his clenched fists and continued. This time, I'll hit a bit slower. Tails Corner. Open World Map. Chapter 45. Crack dash. Another mercenary, his jaw dislocated, collapsed unconscious. With the last of Vulture's comrades defeated, the final mercenary at Suyuk's side was on edge. I can't beat him, but if I run away now. A quick glance around showed nothing but pitiful looks directed at him. A mercenary who gets humiliated once is done for dashed. No need to worry dashed. Crunch dash. A comfortable impact on his jaw. With the voice coming from nearby, the last standing mercenary fell unconscious as well. Just sleep. Thud dash. With the last mercenary dealt with, Suyuk raised his head. Some looked away, avoiding eye contact. Feeling their intimidated gaze, Suyuk turned his microphone and mumbled. What's with them? Shoulder bump. Donated 10 points. You flatten 10 people just because of a shoulder bump, and you wonder why they're scared. Come to think of it, the situation was indeed like that. He had reacted with joy when his shoulder was bumped. It was self-defense. First strike wins, donated 100 points. Shoulder bump. Flattening 10 people, self-defense? Was it not? Looking at the fallen mercenaries, Suyuk scratched his head. Clearly, this was too much of an uproar for a mere shoulder bump. While the surrounding mercenaries avoided his gaze, someone spoke from a corner. You've got quite the skills. A young man, remarkably tidy for a mercenary, approached Suyuk. His face had a sheen of youth, and his well-kept hair made him resemble a knight more than a mercenary. You didn't seem too bothered by a shoulder bump. Did you have an agenda? Sharp-witted, too. Suyuk nodded and replied. Surely there would be someone like you among this crowd? Someone like me? I figured there might be a rank assessor even in such a rural place. The man's eyes narrowed at Suyuk's words. Rank assessor. That was the man's title. You're a newbie I've seen for the first time today. Have you completed any tasks? To take a rank assessment, one needs achievements. An E-rank mercenary has to complete given tasks to accumulate achievements and then take the rank assessment. Normally, that's the standard procedure. As you know, the tasks available for E-rank are quite limited. Just bring something else already, lol. All this fuss just to skip E-rank tasks? The shoulder bump was just an excuse, lol. RIP Vulture. The objective of this trial is to accumulate performance points. At least 10,000 points are needed to proceed to the next floor. However, the tasks available to E-rank mercenaries offer very meager rewards. The highest you could get is 50 points and sometimes as low as 10. So how long do you expect that to take? A method to skip ahead to higher rank tasks. For that reason, Suyuk willingly accepted Vulture's shoulder bump. Isn't it about creating shortcuts? A quote to remember. His concept is solid, lol. The words Suyuk just spoke were one of many left by Suyuk in his past life. Shortcuts are to be made. There are no fixed routes in trials. This was a truth Suyuk had realized through his extensive experience as a player. Even though the tasks given and the goals aimed for might be the same, the process and outcome could be entirely different for everyone. You're not just any mercenary, are you?
No.
Are you an Otherworlder? It's been a while since I've seen one. Otherworlder. This was the local term for players. Compared to Oddman Kingdom, which started with knights, Conrad was inefficient and thus had fewer players. Your skills are undeniable, but I can't give you any special treatment. Procedures must be followed. There must be a way to expedite those procedures? There is. But why should we cater to an otherworlder who's just going to leave soon? Otherworlders eventually leave. They stay for a few months or years at most, but they must ascend to the next floor as players. Knowing this, the man had no intention of giving Suyuk any special treatment, since he would eventually leave anyway. If you do, I'll do something you want. Something we want? Yes. What might that be? Thunder Cave. At the mention of the name, the man's expression changed. It's being contested by the Oddman Kingdom, isn't it? Hell yeah. As expected. This is it, LOL. I saw it coming. The viewers cheered. Thunder Cave. It was a dungeon that had never been conquered on the 3rd floor. And also, you're saying you'll conquer it? You catch on quickly. Only A rank and above can take on that quest. But the problem isn't just about taking on the quest. I'm aware. An impregnable dungeon. A matter of pride between the Oddman and Conrad kingdoms. Impregnable. No player, mercenary, or knight had ever been able to conquer the dungeon known as Thunder Cave. Furthermore, but to maintain their legitimacy, both kingdoms need the conquest of Thunder Cave. For the Mercenary Guild, this quest was a double-edged sword. The reward was immense, but each attempt only resulted in casualties. And it was the same for the Oddman Kingdom. The difference was that the Oddman Kingdom continuously attempted the conquest due to the steady influx of players. How about we do this? What do you propose? Give me an A rank badge, and I'll conquer Thunder Cave. However, the badge will only be used for the Thunder Cave quest. A badge limited to Thunder Cave. That changed things. Suyuk's condition was a clear declaration of his intention to conquer Thunder Cave. The man fell into brief contemplation. Meanwhile, Suyuk turned his microphone toward the viewers. If he refuses, this will get annoying. Suyuk pondered his next move. Should I knock him down too? Yo, run away quickly. He's gonna get vultured too.
Vulturdé, LOL. Vulturdé.
Suyuk briefly wondered what that meant, contemplating it for a moment. Mission Villain has registered a mission. Solo clear Lightning Dungeon for 20,000 points. Deal? The first mission since starting the 3rd floor trial. Suyuk's eyes sparkled. LOL, this dude's crazy. Mission Guy took it up a notch, LOL. Mission Villain strikes again. Mission Villain has donated 100 points. Chicken out? A type that enjoyed setting difficult missions and watching the struggle. However, the donation amount was incomparable to any received before. Safe Asset has registered a mission. This better be safe. Adding 10,000 points to the same mission. On to Floor 10 has registered a mission. Adding 5,000 points to the same mission. Chicken out? Similar missions started appearing back to back. Once the momentum picked up, the amount snowballed. Suyuk didn't immediately respond to accepting the mission. He was busy calculating the total mission rewards. How much is this altogether? While Suyuk's mouth hung open in surprise at the unexpected donation sums, the man spoke up. I'll write you a recommendation letter. The man, having finished contemplating, finally opened his mouth. A recommendation? Yes. After all, your goal is to conquer Thunder Cave, not the mercenary badge. Suyuk nodded. The mercenary ranks would disappear as soon as he ascended to the next floor, serving only as a temporary status. What mattered was access to Thunder Cave. The A rank was merely a means to that end. My recommendation letter will allow you to join. They'll probably have a position in the conquest team, anyway. Is that so? Though it wasn't exactly as planned, the result was satisfactory. It seemed the man who got caught in his scheme held quite a high status. My name is Raymond. I'm the mercenary rank assessor for the Eastern region. Nice to meet you. The Thunder Cave conquest team departs in 5 days. I'll write you a recommendation letter. You'll need to wait until then. 5 days. That perfectly coincided with the end of the 3rd floor tournament. This might end up clashing with Blue Zone if this keeps going. Seriously, especially since he chose Conrad. Suyuk narrowed his eyes, recalling that Blue Zone had set this schedule. Did they schedule the tournament to coincide with this? Blue Zone was also interested in Thunder Cave. If the schedules overlapped, they wouldn't be able to send their players into the cave, which made sense. Wait here for a moment, Raymond said, leaving briefly. About 10 minutes later, he returned with a leather-bound document. It's a recommendation letter. This will grant you access to the dungeon. Thank you. Conquering Thunder Cave. Honestly, I still can't believe it. Raymond's shoulders trembled slightly as he spoke. Do you know what kind of place it is? I'm an A-rank mercenary myself. I was young once. I challenged Thunder Cave. That day, I lost half my comrades. Lost comrades. Suyuk's expression shifted slightly behind his mask. So be careful. You might end up like me. This concern explained why Raymond was so unsettled by Suyuk's intention to challenge Thunder Cave. With genuine concern and goodwill in his voice, Raymond advised Suyuk. Thank you for the warning, but that won't happen. Really? Well, you otherworlders are strange beings who don't die after all. In this world, players were known for seemingly never dying. But they were wrong. We die just the same. Like Raymond, who lost his comrades in Thunder Cave. Suyuk had also experienced losing comrades a long time ago. It felt recent despite the time that had passed. But there was another reason Suyuk confidently stated it wouldn't happen. It's because I'll be challenging it alone. Alone? If there are no comrades, they can't be lost. Suyuk planned to challenge the dungeon without recruiting any additional team members. Is he really going solo? Don't you guys know? He cleared the second floor alone too, lol. But this is different. That dungeon hasn't been conquered for over 20 years. Reactions from both viewers and Raymond were similar. Thunder Cave is a 20-man dungeon. And you're saying you'll go solo? Does it even get fully staffed in the first place? Well, Raymond faltered at Suyuk's question. Unlike the Osman Kingdom, where players actively flowed in, Conrad had few players. While players, whose lives only resulted in point deductions, continuously challenged Thunder Cave, Conrad couldn't do the same. Hence, currently, Thunder Cave couldn't muster a full team. I thought you had more companions. I don't. Suddenly, the ice flower at the first floor memorial came to mind. Not now. Suyuk never intended to stay alone forever. He would find them, whether he had to search them out or they came to him. The stream was a means to that end as well. Tails Corner. Time to get another lightning shard. Chapter 46. For any mistakes, please raise it on our Discord server. Also, we'll speedrun this thing until we catch up on the Raw, which is at chapter 120 right now. Wow, he's really something else, this guy. Crunch dash. On the ship heading to the lower floor, Kim Yerong bit into a potato chip, her face nonchalantly altered. In her hand was a player kit streaming Lee Suyuk's stream. Is he really planning to conquer that alone? Of course, it wouldn't be truly alone. Even if they weren't players, there might be reckless mercenaries aiming for Thunder Cave, and Lee Suyuk had no authority to exclude them. But, given Lee Suyuk's current reputation, forming a team of exceptional players wouldn't be difficult. No matter how rare Conrad Kingdom players were, surely he could gather 20 people? With this statement, Suyuk effectively isolated himself. He's just like the real Suyuk, except for the whole mission thing. Crunch dash. The stream ended sooner than expected. Lee Suyuk, having secured the recommendation letter, dropped a bombshell. I'm not interested in other trials. I'll be taking a break from streaming until then. Didn't you say you were too busy for collabs? Message obscured due to inappropriate language. What the heck? Despite the viewers' uproar, Suyuk's resolve was unwavering. Lee Suyuk has ended the stream. The message that soon followed. Viewers left in the stream without a streamer voiced their discontent. Kim Yerong was just as startled. She had intended to alleviate the boredom of travel, only for the stream to abruptly end. But that bewilderment was brief. She chuckled softly. Puhaha. Ah, this guy is really something. The laughter stemmed more from reminiscing than amusement. Lee Suyuk, It reminded her of her longtime friend. It's like Suyuk himself is streaming, minus the whole mission thing. He didn't care about others' perspectives. His chosen path was the correct one. That was how Suyuk, whom Kim Yerong knew, thought. In that sense, streamer Lee Suyuk resembled the Suyuk she knew. Although successful as a streamer, he refused to perform solely for viewers. Of course, if it were the real Suyuk, he wouldn't be streaming at all. Success as a player inevitably brought wealth and fame. Moreover, Suyuk didn't enjoy the attention of crowds. For Suyuk, disinterested in money or fame, being a streamer was unfathomable, like oil and water. If it weren't for that difference, the resemblance is uncanny. He invoked nostalgia for Lee Suyuk among the viewers, as a medium most unlike Suyuk yet in a manner eerily similar to him. As she stared at the blank screen where the stream had ended. He'll probably join this tournament. Kim Yerong suddenly thought. I hope he doesn't win. When Suyuk exited the stream, manager Eun Hyang was waiting for him. Normally, as a manager, she should have given him a proper scolding for his recent actions. You did well. Instead, she gave him a thumbs up. If you're Lee Suyuk, this is the way to go. Rather than solving petty quests like a clown, it's 100 times better to end it here. The reason was simple. She was a huge fan of Lee Suyuk. Hence, Eun Hyang was the most suitable person to be Suyuk's manager. The viewers are quite displeased. Suyuk glanced at the chat messages left by viewers in the ended stream. But Eun Hyang shook her head firmly. They'll be fine. Are you sure? If you had taken on those trivial quests, it would have only diminished the uniqueness of the stream. For other streams, maybe, but for Suyuk's stream, this was the right approach. He was Lee Suyuk. Even as a streamer, he needed to appear genuine to his viewers. That's why, when Suyuk was pondering the remaining stream time, Eun Hyang whispered to him. Whisper Suyuk, just do what you want. Don't worry about the viewers' reactions. That whisper was the deciding factor. Torn between continuing or ending the stream, Suyuk ended it. The next stream would likely be during the Third Floors tournament, and the following one during the Thunder Cave conquest. It's thanks to your advice. So what will you do now? You ended the stream as soon as I told you to do whatever you want. I plan to hunt for a while. I need to level up. Thunder Cave was a dungeon Suyuk was challenging for the first time. Though he wasn't completely uninformed, he still needed to be as prepared as possible. Moreover, I need to trial how far I can use lightning with my current stats. In his past life, Suyuk was obsessed with stamina stats. So much so that he wielded a holy sword and used stamina-focused items. But things were different now. There was the selfish sacrifice and, most importantly, the heart of lightning he obtained on the second floor. I'm looking forward to it. There was still plenty of time before the tournament. How effective it will be. Heart of Lightning, an artifact said to be created to allow humans to harness lightning. He wondered just how powerful the item would be. To ascend to higher floors, players must hunt. Hunting is less efficient than passing trials. It also requires risking one's life. Despite this, exceptional players, including those called rankers, never shy away from hunting. The reason is simple. It's to ensure they pass the trials. Why hunt? That's a really stupid question. In an interview, Suyuk once answered, if you fail the trial, you gain nothing. All the rewards reset, and even the levels you gain there drop. To keep the rewards from the trial, you must not fail. That's why exceptional players never neglect hunting. Trials make us stronger, but to take those trials, we must hunt. Hunting powers us to take the trials more perfectly. Furthermore, Suyuk added, the moment a player stops hunting because they fear for their life, that's the end for them. I said something like that, didn't I? Crack dash. A spider's body burst under Suyuk's kick. I haven't been able to hunt because of the stream. The Anaker dungeon. A dungeon with considerable difficulty on the third floor, commonly tackled by 10-man parties. Due to the sheer number of monsters, it was hard to hunt without AoE, area of effect, skills. Scurrying noises and eerie wails. Spiders approached from all directions. And in between, Numerous eyes glowed red from the dark depths of the cave. You've come, the master of this dungeon. An acre, it appeared, leading its brood. Zapdash. Lightning imbues the nameless magic sword. Selfish sacrifice LV for resists lightning. For a moment, the dark dungeon was brightly illuminated. Yellow lightning replaced the lamps. Fueled by stamina and magic, the lightning unleashed destructive power beyond Suyuk's current stats. Moreover, Heart of Lightning resists lightning. Lightning skill effect increases by 20%. Resists status effect. Electrocution. Kabang dash. The sound from the sword's tip brought a smile to Suyuk's lips. It was faint but indeed there. The sound of thunder he remembered. Flash dash. Qua dash. As the sword's tip dropped, a yellow slash extended outward. Spiders emerging from the depths, aiming for him, were swept away and incinerated. But they were not the target. Clearing the path, Suyuk raised his sword high and charged forward. Got you. Flash dash. With a streak of lightning. Slosh dash. An acre, the spider boss, was cleaved in half. You have defeated a Naker's offspring. You have defeated a Naker's offspring. You have defeated a Naker's offspring. You have defeated the boss. A Naker. Level up. Strength increased by 1. Focus increased by 1. Magic increased by 1. The always satisfying message rang out. But now his attention was elsewhere. Dozens of charred spiders. The lingering heat of yellow lightning on the walls. The power was substantial. Enough to instantly kill dozens of monsters and defeat the dungeon boss with a single strike. Yet more impressive than anything was his current state. Wow! Suyuk rarely opened his eyes so wide, staring at his own trembling hand. A slight tremor, the aftermath of channeling lightning power in a burst. There was a bit of shaking, but this was manageable. No, considering the power displayed just now, it was beyond manageable. Level 4. Selfish sacrifice. And thanks to the increased resistance and immunity to paralysis from the Heart of Lightning. If I push to the max, even more should be possible. He already knew the effectiveness of selfish sacrifice from past experience. The unexpected part was the Heart of Lightning. Its effectiveness was far superior to the numerical values. Immunity to paralysis. Though concentrated on one attribute, there was no more crucial stat for Suyuk than this. An artifact made by humans to defeat gods. He pulled out the Heart of Lightning from his inventory, examining it. A brilliant yellow gemstone, emitting a radiant light. Despite its appearance, its full capabilities couldn't be discerned. Could it be true? Suyuk recalled Furius's words, which had enlightened him about past legends. Gods and giants. Magnificent beings no mere human could oppose. This is an item created to fight them. An impressive description. And there was no way an item of that caliber would be found as early as the second floor. Glancing back, he noticed the item's description. Grade, unique, growth. Growth. It meant the item could be further enhanced. It implies there's more to it still. The problem was how to further enhance it. There was no way to find information about it either. Where would one find details on an item appearing for the first time in the world? He had already searched the player kit for a long time, looking up the Heart of Lightning. Looks like I've got a new mission. It dawned on him that despite using this power for ages, he hadn't truly considered what lightning was. He had always treated it as just another skill. But perhaps his struggles with lightning stemmed from not understanding its true potential. Clenching the Heart of Lightning tightly in his palm, Suyuk resolved to find out. At this moment, there was no need to ponder too far ahead. He just needed to do what was necessary now. And that was, I always felt it was a shame having to conserve stamina while hunting. Previously, his hunts were slowed down by the need to conserve stamina, often requiring long breaks. But now he could continuously hunt. For more days. A rare smile spread across Suyuk's face, relishing the ample time ahead. Time to level up. Chapter 47. Blue Zone player, Na Dosik, had visited the third floor. As a fifth-floor player, he had come down the lower floors for one reason only, to meet a particular player in person. So close to the next floor, yet I have to deal with this nonsense. He fiddled with his protruding hair, grumbling in frustration. Damn that guy. Playing hard to get for no reason. Streamer Lee Soo-yuk, a player lucky enough to obtain lightning on the second floor. For someone who just streams, getting lightning was absurd. No matter how symbolic it is, wanting a third-floor player for Blue Zone is just. Na Dosik checked the map displayed on his kit as he continued walking. The world's going to hell. Despite his complaints, he soon arrived at his destination and looked up at a lodging house. This is the place. A clean-looking, fairly upscale lodging. Likely provided by Balhi Entertainment. Streamers evidently made quite a bit of money. Na Dosik walked into the lodging house, making a phone call at the same time. Yes, I've arrived. The recipient was John Dale, the team leader from Balhi Entertainment. Yes, I'm on the first floor now. Over here. This way. The first floor of the lodging. A well-decorated lobby resembling a cafe. John Dale was seated in the middle, waving at Na Dosik. Slide dash. Na Dosik sat across from John Dale. Would you like coffee? Or perhaps a light drink? No thanks. Just water will be fine. Understood. John Dale deduced from Na Dosik's response that he didn't intend to stay long. You mentioned you had business with our streamer? Yes. Where is Lee Soo-yuk right now? He isn't here. He went out on other business. Other business? What kind of business? That's personal. So I can't disclose that information. John Dale trailed off, sipping his coffee. Besides, I believe we've already conveyed our streamer's stance. I'll discuss that with him directly. That will be difficult. He's not easy to meet. Isn't it that you don't want me to meet him?
Na Dosik frowned.
He knew Balhi Entertainment wouldn't be cooperative. From their standpoint, they wouldn't want a lucky ticket like Soo-yuk taken away by Blue Zone. However, if I return without even seeing Lee Soo-yuk, I'm getting disciplined immediately. Regardless of personal evaluations, the guild was eager to have him. Desperately eager. Failing this mission would result in more than just a typical disciplinary action. For Lee Soo-yuk, joining a major guild is 100 times better than just being a streamer. Don't you agree? I'm not so sure. Successful streamers nowadays make earnings comparable to high-ranking players. I'm not just talking about points, honor, power, strength. I'm talking about everything combined. Streamer Raincutters became a ranker through streaming and possesses more points and fame than rankers of similar standing. John Dale wasn't backing down on any point. A tough opponent. Na Dosik's frustration grew more apparent. Your attitude seems to suggest you want to make an enemy of Blue Zone. If persuasion didn't work, he would resort to threats. But he had met the wrong opponent. There are occasional players with prejudices against the streaming profession. I haven't met one recently who exuded that aura, though. Na Dosik's face showed a question mark at this puzzling statement. Na Dosik gave John Dale a look that seemed to ask, "So what are you getting at?" But among those people, there are very few who spout such nonsense directly in front of me. Do you know why? John Dale's voice steadily grew firmer. Because we have the power to influence the public. And everyone knows how powerful that is. Unless they're a toddler. Eventually, a smirk appeared on his face. It was a sneer. Do you get it, kid? Just how ridiculous your words were. Kid. Na Dosik's face reddened as he sprang from his seat. However, he couldn't continue to use threats or act aggressively, leveraging his guild's backing, as he had before. This won't do. Threatening words could only be used once. Crossing the line further against John Dale's warning would not only damage his reputation but also tarnish the guild's image. And at that point, truly, the discipline for losing Lee Soo-yuk would be incomparable. Gulp dash. For the guild, image was synonymous with reputation and honor. Thus, making an enemy of the prominent MCM company, Balhi wasn't feasible. He had no choice. You'll regret this. For now, he had to retreat. Bang! Na Dosik walked out of the lodging, slamming the door loudly as a final show of pride. Tisk! Watching Na Dosik leave, John Dale clicked his tongue and downed the rest of his coffee. A bit harsh, but the message of refusal should have been clearly communicated. To be honest, it's fine by us. Having ended the meeting with Blue Zone, John Dale muttered his lingering question. No matter how you look at it, he seems more like a player than a streamer. Lee Suyuk had been out hunting for 3 days straight. Clearly, he was unlike any streamer John Dale had ever seen before. Seshadash, a massive snake, tens of meters long, screamed. With a body thickness of over 2 meters and covered in tough red scales, it was the Sky Serpent, a monster known as the King of the Third Floor. However, is this its final struggle? The snake's head was in tatters completely. Since the hunt began, Suyuk had relentlessly targeted only its head. Crack dash. The Sky Serpent lunged fiercely, shattering the ground. Suyuk didn't dodge, keeping his gaze fixed on the approaching monster until the last moment. And then, in the final instant, time to put an end to this. Zap dash. Suyuk disappeared in a flash of yellow lightning. For you and me both. Kabang dash. A streak of lightning struck the Sky Serpent's head. Suyuk's blade pierced through the serpent's brain. You have defeated the boss. Sky Serpent. Level up. Strength increased by 1. Stamina increased by 1. Focus increased by 1. The boss was indeed a boss, ranking up in an instant again. Moreover, the final hunt had yielded more than just levels. Got myself some decent loot. Something that wouldn't have interested him much in the past. The Sky Serpent's scales. These should fetch at least 10,000 points. The scales of a Sky Serpent are that valuable. This was why Suyuk had taken great pains while hunting the Sky Serpent. He needed to ensure he captured the scales with minimal damage. On the other hand, it also meant he had that much leeway during the hunt. Status window. Name, Lee Suyuk. Affiliation, Earth. Level, 35. Strength, 36. Agility, 33. Stamina, 34. +2. Focus, 30. Magic, 36. Suyuk reviewed his gains from the past 3 days. With a focus on pure hunting to boost his level, he had acquired no additional items or skills. But the level gains were significant. 9 levels. 4 on the first day, 3 on the second, and 2 today. An unbelievably fast rate. However, it was evident that the pace was slowing as his level climbed. I should be satisfied with this. He had reaped enough from hunting. 9 levels meant an approximate gain of 27 stat points. There was no need to be greedy. After stripping the Sky Serpent scales, Suyuk decided to return. Tomorrow was the day to retrieve Minji's keepsake. Back at the lodging, the first thing Suyuk did was take a shower. He stored the Sky Serpent scales in his inventory. Since his inventory space was insufficient, he had to leave about half of the scales behind. I need to get a bigger inventory bag when I have the funds. As he contemplated this in the shower, Suyuk sighed. Who has that kind of luxury? I've got a money-guzzling monster attached to me. With that, he finished his refreshing shower and noticed a blue light blinking on his kit. A message had arrived. Unhyang, once you're done showering, join me at the lobby cafe. Yung. That somewhat crumpled-looking emoticon. Suyuk paused for a moment, scratching his head. Is that a wink? More importantly, how did she know he was here? Well, given her skills, it wouldn't be impossible. She was a player Suyuk admired for her abilities. If she set her mind to it, finding him within several kilometers would be a piece of cake. Suyuk dried his hair and changed his clothes. Heading downstairs, he saw Hyang sitting at a table with a bright smile. Something amusing happen? He took a seat across from Hyang. 2 cups of tea were already set on the table. How was it? Hyang asked back with a smile, responding to Suyuk's question. How was it, indeed? It was odd enough that her question was answered with another question, but the meaning of her query remained unclear. What do you mean? You haven't checked? What exactly am I supposed to check? In the middle of his response, a thought struck him. Oh, right. He had forgotten about it while engrossed in hunting. The video. It was the edited stream video produced and uploaded by Balhi Entertainment. Don't tell me you haven't checked it?
No.
Why not? I was too focused on hunting. Wow. Sorry. At Suyuk's apology, Hyang shook her head. No, it's not that. I said wow, because that's so like Lee Suyuk, and it's impressive. She wasn't just making an empty comment. Hyang didn't have the acting chops to lie with her eyes. She was genuinely satisfied with Suyuk's response, that he was so focused on hunting that he neglected everything else. Again, I must say, it's okay for you to be like that, Suyuk. Being the most Lee Suyuk-like is your greatest asset. Is that so? Again, Suyuk felt fortunate to have such a supportive manager. Having someone cheer you on and knowing they are your partner was a blessing. So, you probably don't know how many points you'll be getting paid this time around? That's correct. Even if he had checked, he wouldn't know the exact amount. The revenue from the video and half the donations received from the collab with Falcon Eye. That was the money Suyuk would be settling through Balhi Entertainment. It's a good thing you're different from the real Lee Suyuk in this regard. You like points, right? That's. Just as Suyuk was about to deny it, he remembered what he had told Hyang. When asked about the purpose of his stream, it's for the money. He had answered like that. Yes, I do like them. Hee. Then look forward to it. Hyang was visibly pleased with Suyuk's answer. And then, without delay,
Dada.
she pulled out the first settlement statement Suyuk would receive since starting his stream. Chapter 48. The Settlement Statement. It detailed the breakdown of the points a streamer receives from the company. Where the revenue stemmed from, the ratio of earnings between the streamer and the company, and the total amount settled. Suyuk examined the statement and widened his eyes. Is this really the profit from just a few days? An enormous amount. Seeing Suyuk's surprised reaction, Hyang replied with excitement. This time, it's a bit of a special case. The successful collaboration with Falcon Eye and the significant donations of Reinhardt played a huge part. Suyuk had anticipated some success from the collaboration. While streaming, he had seen the donations flowing in, calculating that half of it would be his share. But what astonished him was another part. The video revenue alone is 24,119 points. That was the profit from just 3 days. The ad revenue is 6,000 points. An advertisement. Yes, it started yesterday. While the rate isn't very high yet, it's a good sign that ads are already being placed. The revenue from sources other than donations was split 60-40, meaning the initial ad rate was actually 10,000 points. The same applied to the video revenue. If the settled revenue was 24,000 points, it meant the original earnings were 40,000 points. Additionally, the donation revenue is 18,000 points. The total is 49,000 points. Total 49,789 points. A massive sum, close to 50,000 points, was his settlement this time. Far beyond expectations. Especially since he had taken a break from streaming for a few days, causing his revenue to plummet. Though selling hunting yields could earn money, he thought he was still far from the 80,000 points needed for his next skill level upgrade. However, this changed things. If I play my cards right, I might reach the target in the next stream. Each skill level upgrade required an exponentially increasing amount of points. It felt like a huge burden, but receiving such a considerable sum almost made him want to dance. Glancing at the settlement statement, Suyuk felt curiosity gnaw at him. I should check it out. What kind of video is it? Entering the player's channel, Suyuk searched for videos under Lee Suyuk. Over tens of thousands of records appeared. Videos edited from Suyuk's past exploits, analyses, or praises of him. And among them, Lee Suyuk reincarnated. The first video that caught Suyuk's eye was this one. A somewhat provocative title. Glancing at Hyang, he decided to watch it. An empty stream with no viewers. The video started with Suyuk's initial foray into streaming and entering the dungeon. "I told you, I'm your first viewer." Unhyang's triumphant voice made Suyuk nod. He remembered it. He had been quite surprised at the time. The video quickly transitioned, showing the chat window with just 4 viewers. Do people even stream on the second floor nowadays? I've seen a few. Most quit quickly due to low viewer engagement. Being ignored was expected. The second floor. A level so low it was almost embarrassing to call oneself a player. Moreover, when he first started streaming, Suyuk carried an air of inexperience. Should he even be streaming now? The second floor is just the starting dungeon, suddenly emerging from the darkness. Nevertheless, despite such concerns, the video continued to capture Suyuk's early attempts at streaming, his awkwardness gradually giving way to something more formidable. /. Yeah, it just pops out suddenly. Suyuk easily took down the monster. Do you know how surprised I was? It was so clean. You can do it even more easily, can't you, manager? That's if we're at the same stats and level. Levels will eventually rise, but having that kind of sense is rare. Her keen observation was impressive. Most wouldn't think that far. Suyuk chose not to comment further. There wasn't any need to plant unnecessary doubts. Already, the video had a provocative title suggesting reincarnation. In the video, Suyuk's rampage through monsters continued. As similar scenes repeated, he approached the dungeon's end. Accompanied by grand BGM, a close-up of the sleeping wolf warrior appeared. Finally, the boss. That wolf dude, he's still intimidating. I got stuck on him for 8 tries. The wolf warrior stood out from the moment it appeared. With BGM, close-ups, and slow-motion edits, it was clear significant effort went into it. This is more fun than I thought. The long stream was compacted into essential parts, and key moments had music and special effects making it movie-like. A lot of work had clearly gone into the fight with the wolf warrior. After all, Unhyang said that Balhi Entertainment first took an interest in me because of this. The wolf warrior wasn't meant to be defeated. It was designed to evaluate players, not be conquered. Suyuk's stream first garnered attention because he defeated an undefeatable boss. This video highlighted that moment. With the fight against the wolf warrior concluded. You can challenge the trial of fire. You can challenge the trial of water. You can challenge the trial of sky. You can challenge the trial of ice. Among them, Suyuk's choice was, of course, this one. Trial of lightning, selected. With that, the over 30-minute video concluded. It's a highlight video, but there wasn't much to edit out. There were too many important scenes. Except for the travel time, most scenes were included. Suyuk belatedly checked the video's view count. 240,000 views. Rating, 4.5 stars. The view count was not as high as he expected. The truly high-viewed video was the second one. How do you obtain lightning? Just like this. It's easy, right? An exceptionally long video, spanning about 40 minutes, with a whopping 1.4 million views. The video began abruptly with a battle against a giant, followed closely by a connected storyline. The scenario was named Survival. It told the tale of humans targeting the isolated giant chief to end the battle with giants. However, giants lurking in traps, waiting. Panicked humans started fleeing from them. At that moment, "You're not going?" "Why, yes. I can't move until you go." Suyuk stepped forward. That's pretty cool, actually. He was beginning to understand why people watched these videos. The quality was akin to watching a movie. Unlike just watching a live stream, there was a sense of pace and grandeur, enhanced by the BGM. Flying over the heads of giants, Suyuk aimed at the giant chief. As the red impact of his magic sword gleamed in the close-up, the throat of the giant chief was pierced. Wow! Even Unhyang, who was watching the video with him, couldn't help but exclaim. Despite having seen the scene multiple times, she reacted as if it was her first time. Where she had gotten it from wasn't clear, but she was eating a cake loaded with fruit using a fork. That was really amazing, you know? Both the wolf warrior and the giant chief. How did you even think of taking them down? Thought I could do it. Had you already evaluated them from the start? As expected. As their brief conversation continued, the giant chief's life was extinguished, and thunder rumbled from the sky. Kabang dash, and the next moment a message appeared. Skill, lightning acquired. With that, the second video ended. Perfect timing to end it. The death of the giant chief, followed by the dramatic appearance of lightning. Fans with a nostalgia for Lee Soo-yuk watching this video would be dying to know what happened next. Sure enough. Best. Why cut it off here? Best. I'll hold my breath until the next episode comes out if this gets top comment. Sent. Lee Soo-yuk is crazy, lol. Both of them are. When's this guy's live stream? No fixed time, does it when he feels like. Even his personality is like Lee Soo-yuk? I like it even more. The comments were explosive, and the view count was still rising. We'll continue to settle revenues from subsequent views. And the more videos there are, the more the revenue will increase. It's a good thing I started streaming. For a player to succeed and generate significant income, it would typically take a long time. In contrast, the streaming profession could generate substantial points from merely having popularity and topic relevance, regardless of a player's abilities. Like Park Soo-yuk and Falcon Eye. It seems everyone is waiting for your next stream. Soo-yuk. Since the video went up, your subscriber count has increased by 20,000. The video's popularity had brought additional benefits. Real-time stream subscribers had increased rapidly. It seemed like viewers were migrating from the videos. Tomorrow, right? Your return. Calling it a return seems a bit much since I haven't been absent that long. Time passes so slowly. Hee. Hyang awkwardly giggled as she brought the remaining cake to her mouth. Soo-yuk nodded. Yes, I plan to start again tomorrow. A tournament on the 3rd floor. The tournament with Lee Soo-yuk's former guild, Blue Eyes Keepsake, as the prize. And participating in that tournament would be the first content of Soo-yuk's return stream. We'll show them the victory. Hearing Soo-yuk's confident words, Hyang hesitated. She had a look that suggested she had something to say but couldn't bring herself to say it. It was the same expression she had when she mentioned contact from Blue Zone. What's troubling you? It's not that I doubt you. I don't doubt you at all. The more you say that, the more it sounds like doubt. Prompted by Soo-yuk, Hyang quickly continued. I have a friend named Cheon Riang who likes to gamble. Gamble? Yes. Betting on the winners of specific tournaments or specific guilds' victories. Putting money on those kinds of things. Like a Toto. Not just streaming, this appeared to be a thing too. It seemed the world really had changed a lot. So, right now your odds are 3-1. 3-1. The odds were higher than expected. That meant there was another top contender for the championship. Yes. The main contender is a player named Omar Schneider. It was an unfamiliar name to Soo-yuk. He had never concerned himself with 3rd floor players. He's been on the 3rd floor for over 10 years. He belongs to Blue Zone. Blue Zone. Yes. The affiliation didn't sit well with him, making even the name irksome. Soo-yuk frowned behind his mask as he asked, why is a 10-year repeat student getting such high expectations? Because he's not a repeat student due to lack of skill. Then why? He has a purpose, and it's the same as yours. This was also why this particular tournament was garnering so much attention. The Thunder Cave Conquest. You might face him not only tomorrow but also in the next trial. Soo-yuk pondered this revelation for a moment. His initial reaction was one of annoyance, but it quickly shifted to determination. Then it seems we both have a lot riding on this. Hyang nodded in agreement, looking serious for a moment. But remember, Soo-yuk, you've got your own path, and you're not alone in this. With that, Soo-yuk felt a renewed sense of purpose. Tomorrow's tournament was not just a competition but a crucial step towards achieving his goal. We'll show them what we're made of. Let's win this. Absolutely. Let's give them something to remember. With that resolve, Soo-yuk was ready to face Omar Schneider and anyone else who stood in his way. This was just the beginning. Chapter 49. Omar Schneider. He was a well-known named player even among non-rankers, only on the third floor, yet Schneider's name was renowned due to his eccentric obsession. 10 years, a full decade. For a talented player, that's enough time to reach the fifth or even the sixth floor. But Schneider stayed on the third floor for that entire duration. Despite meeting all the conditions to advance, he remained for one reason: his unwavering determination to conquer Thunder Cave. Tomorrow we'll finally meet him. Across from Omar Schneider sat player Don Zhao, smirking. That arrogant bastard. Indeed, claiming he'll conquer Thunder Cave solo on his first try. Ridiculous. The player responding beside him was also from Blue Zone and had made several attempts at Thunder Cave alongside Schneider. In the Thunder Cave Conquest team, the hot topic lately was, of course, Lee Suyuk's solo stream from a few days ago. I'll be challenging it alone, claiming he would tackle Thunder Cave solo. That shocking statement must have infuriated Schneider the most. Isn't that right, team leader? He speaks as if he doesn't understand what Thunder Cave is about. Team leader, don't mind him. But to everyone's surprise, I don't. Contrary to expectations, Schneider seemed calm and unbothered. He has the right to be arrogant. His eyes shone blue like embedded jewels. His beard was perfectly groomed, and his sharp features resembled a portrait. Schneider's reputation was partly due to his striking appearance. No matter how short his experience is, he's the new wielder of lightning, the very power we desire. That's true, but team leader, isn't he being too audacious? Right? He thinks he's the real Lee Suyuk just because he obtained lightning. Otherwise, enough. Schneider shook his head at his team members' complaints. What we should have towards him now isn't envy or disdain, and certainly not to belittle his achievements. Are you saying we should respect him? If necessary, yes. Don't you agree? Having said that, Schneider turned to look outside the carriage window, signaling no more discussion. His comrades, observing his words and actions, clicked their tongues in disbelief. Our team leader. His pride's taken a real hit. Although they spoke differently, it was obvious. They had been with Schneider for years, striving to conquer Thunder Cave. His pride was deeply wounded, not because Lee Suyuk obtained lightning. What pricked Schneider's pride was hearing the name Thunder Cave from Suyuk's stream. Thunder Cave, Schneider's long-standing ambition and goal. As soon as it was mentioned by Suyuk, Schneider eagerly awaited the upcoming tournament. This is trouble for Lee Suyuk. Don Zhao watched the outside, thinking about how Schneider was now sharpening his knife mentally. Not just Thunder Cave. What is Suyuk thinking, provoking this monstrous man? Omar Schneider. Upon returning to his lodging and removing his mask, Suyuk mulled over Unhyang's words. Schneider is likely holding a grudge. Your declaration of soloing Thunder Cave on the stream invalidates and mocks his 10 years of effort. He hadn't intended to do that. Suyuk hadn't even known about Schneider. Yet now he found himself intrigued by Omar Schneider. What an interesting weirdo. It wasn't hard to gather information about Schneider. Without even needing to search, Unhyang had already prepared it. I knew you'd be curious. Here you go. Unhyang was diligent in her role as a manager. What she handed him was a file summarizing information about Schneider. Russell Dash. He started to stand out about 5 years ago. That's also when he joined Blue Zone. The first article about Schneider was from 5 years ago. A late bloomer. At the heart of Thunder Cave Conquest. A late bloomer. The phrase sounded good, but it wasn't exactly a flattering descriptor. It means he's more of a hard worker. To a player, talent was everything. Very few players could surpass the limits of their talent, while countless others vanished without making a name for themselves, like grains of sand in the desert. However, there were the rare few, those who overcame their limits and became known as late bloomers, as the article called them. He's overcome his limits. Omar Schneider, nearing the end of Thunder Cave. Just one more step. At least on the third floor, he was an unrivaled powerhouse. His obsession with conquering Thunder Cave. The relentless effort to achieve that goal. The odds on Player's channel were also the lowest for him at 1.4. Most people were betting on Schneider's victory. I wondered why they were bold enough to hold such a tournament. There was a reason why they confidently offered Blue Eye's keepsake as a prize. They were certain. The player from Blue Zone, Omar Schneider. They were sure he would win the tournament, and thus the prize would eventually return to their possession. Interesting, Ilsu. Would it really turn out that way? If that's what they anticipated, he wanted to ask them. Would they still think the same if they knew he was back? A bustling street on the 3rd floor. The tournament hosted by Blue Zone made the streets busier than usual. Countless players were out on the streets. Participants, their acquaintances, and casual onlookers alike. Where players gathered, a marketplace naturally formed. This condition. The items are good, but it looks like they were hunted haphazardly. Hephaestus's general store. A grand name borrowed from a god. The shop lived up to its name by buying and selling all kinds of items. Items bought here were either sold at higher prices to other players or passed on to the forge. Let's see. I'd say about 1,500 points. What? Only that much? That's the best I can do. If you don't like it, try elsewhere. I doubt you'll get a better offer. The store owner, Grolock, said as he scratched his ear. Don't like it? Well, nothing I can do. We won't be able to make a deal here. No, it's fine. I'll sell it for that. Grolock inwardly chuckled while outwardly maintaining a neutral demeanor as he paid. The leather he received was from a red troll. Jackpot. Red troll leather regenerates over time. Many don't know that, thinking it's useless once the creature is dead. Grolock thought he had struck gold, capable of selling it at 3 times the buying price. He welcomed his next customer with an inward grin. Welcome. Grolock's eyes widened. It wasn't the familiar mask that surprised him. He'd seen a few of those recently. What caught his eye were the monster remains the customer brought. How much for this? Gleaming blue scales, smooth and shimmering. The remains of the sky serpent, a rare and difficult beast to encounter, let alone capture so cleanly. S-Class. Almost no damage, perfect condition. Although this wasn't his first time seeing sky serpent scales, he had never encountered scales in such pristine condition. His mouth watered. A significant deal was at hand. Ahem. Let's see sky serpent scales. The key to successful trading is a harmonious blend of truth and lies. Oh, these are in great condition. Class. Whoever hunted this is incredibly skilled. Did you take it down? Judging by this, you must be from a high place. The more white waves between the blue patterns, the older it is, and the more valuable it becomes. This one's around 200 years old. Compliments and sweet talk built rapport and trust. But the main point came next. But, well, the timing isn't great. What do you mean by timing? This was the first time the customer, previously silent, had spoken up. A tough customer. Grolock hid his anxiety as he replied. You may not know, but there's recently been an influx of sky serpent scales. Demand has dropped, while supply flooded. Even kids know the law of supply and demand, right? The market value has dropped, you mean? Apologies if this disappoints you, but yes. Worried the customer might leave, Grolock quickly added. Still, given the condition, I'll offer you a fair price. Normally, this amount would be worth around 10,000 points. Let's see. Grolock pulled out his kit and pretended to calculate. Even though it was a simple math, he pretended to work hard before speaking. All right, I can offer you this much. He turned the kit screen towards the customer. 11000. The number 11,000 flashed. Suyuk, behind his mask, looked at Grolock with a surprisingly neutral expression. Not as cheap as I thought. Despite Grolock's deceptive demeanor, the 11,000 points offer was slightly higher than Suyuk's expected 10,000 points. Did I misjudge the market? If not for Grolock's shady vibes, he might have accepted the deal right then. While Suyuk hesitated. You're lowballing him. A man nearby, eavesdropping on Suyuk and Grolock's conversation, clicked his tongue and interjected. This condition should fetch at least 5,000 points more. Grolok's eyes widened. He struggled to maintain his composure, but his eyes betrayed him. Lately, the supply of sky serpent scales has plummeted. They're exceedingly rare. What do you mean? Asha. I don't understand. Grolok's flustered reaction was evident. The man's story was the complete opposite of Grolok's earlier lie. But Grolok's reaction was that of someone caught in the act. This confirmed Suyuk's suspicion. He was lowballing me. With a raised eyebrow, Suyuk glared at Grolok. He never intended to accept the initial price, but a 5,000-point undercut was unacceptable. And this guy? Suyuk glanced sideways at the handsome man who had interrupted his negotiation with Grolok. An unfamiliar face, yet Suyuk had seen this man in the documents Hyang had provided the day before. Omar Schneider. Blue Zone's hidden card for the upcoming tournament. Standing right in front of him. Chapter 50. It was quite a coincidence. No matter how much they had gathered in the city for the same tournament, running into him in such a small shop was quite the twist. Moreover, that Omar Schneider was helping him. Well, that's that. While the situation was intriguing, it wasn't the most important thing at the moment. Hey, Mr. Grolok was momentarily taken aback by Suyuk's sudden change in demeanor. I'll hear the price one more time. If I'm not satisfied, I'll go elsewhere. If I am, we'll close the deal here. Thud dash. Suyuk pretended to pack up the sky serpent scales as if ready to walk out any time. Think carefully and make a good offer. Let's make this mutually beneficial. Asterisk. After much deliberation, Grolok offered a price of 18,000 points. It was 7,000 points higher than his original buying price. Selling it again might yield some profit, but probably not a substantial amount. Sweet deal. In addition, Suyuk also sold various other monster parts. In total, he managed to gather 20,000 points. With the settlement money added, he had earned 69,789 points in total. Current points: 76,329. Upon checking his accumulated points, two thoughts came to mind. One was the expectation that he could reach his target points sooner than he thought. The other was the regret that he was just 4,000 points short of leveling up his skill. I can't exactly borrow money from anyone. Borrowing points was akin to drugs. Eventually, borrowed points would have to be repaid. It was best not to start such a vicious cycle. Do I really have to wait for the next stream? As Suyuk smacked his lips in frustration. You're Lee Suyuk, aren't you? Schneider's sudden question. Clearly, he had approached him with prior knowledge. Of course, it would be hard not to know. Regardless of how many streamers used masks for cosplay, not many would be wearing a mask at this exact time in this exact place. Have you been following me?
No.
It's not that. You just stood out too much. Seeing the state of the sky serpent's scales confirmed it. At those words, Suyuk fiddled with the mask covering his face. Should I start going without it? Reflecting on it, in his previous life, he often went without the mask when alone. After all, no one besides his comrades knew what his face looked like under the mask. You hunted that sky serpent? I didn't steal it. It was in excellent condition. Schneider stroked his chin in astonishment. The sky serpent, a final boss-level creature that one could encounter on the third floor if lucky. Hunting the sky serpent with a team of fewer than 10 was considered a sign that the team had the skills to graduate from the third floor section. And yet, to hunt such a sky serpent, and in such prime condition? Would you like to have a cup of tea? Checking the time, Suyuk nodded at Schneider's suggestion. It just so happened that Suyuk also had business with him. A corner seat in a bustling cafe. Schneider ordered a parfait piled high with cream. Despite his appearance suggesting he'd prefer a bitter espresso without sugar, he actually had a sweet tooth. I hadn't thought of this, but you can't drink tea with that mask on dash. Click dash. Before he could finish, the mouth part of Suyuk's mask opened. Schneider chuckled awkwardly. It's more advanced than I thought. This isn't the first time. After wetting his throat with some coffee, Suyuk asked, So why did you ask me here? The tournament is right around the corner. There are still 3 hours left. Besides, I've also been quite interested in you. Your interest is a bit overwhelming, but given everything earlier, I suppose it's okay. Suyuk had received help from Schneider, which allowed him to get a better price for the Sky Serpent scales. Anyone who helped him make money was likable in his book. You're planning to tackle the Thunder Cave, right? The sudden question caught Suyuk off guard, lighting a spark in his previously disinterested eyes. Thunder Cave. It was true. He did plan on tackling that dungeon, which hadn't been solved in over 20 years. And if anyone knew about the place, it was Schneider sitting in front of him. It was a topic he couldn't help but be interested in. That's right. Initially, I thought you were arrogant, Schneider recalled when he first heard about Suyuk. Think about it. A guy who just reached the 3rd floor, declaring he would conquer the Thunder Cave. It sounded arrogant. Are you saying this because you've changed your mind? You're perceptive. That's half right. Clink dash. Suddenly, Schneider put down the spoon he was using to eat his parfait. Half wrong. So your opinion hasn't completely changed. Schneider nodded. I heard you had acquired lightning. I was surprised. That's why most people go to the Thunder Cave. Most people? Our guild, I mean, they're all obsessed with obtaining lightning. That implied lightning wasn't Schneider's goal. Anyway, you have talent. A lot of it. To the point where people compare you to the original Lee Suyuk. Since his collaboration with Falcon Eye, Suyuk's comparison point had always been himself. The same trials, the same scores, even their names and the symbolic lightning were identical. Comparisons were inevitable at this point. But, even so, I can only half acknowledge you. Suyuk looked straight into Schneider's eyes. What he saw there wasn't simple envy or jealousy, nor a narrow-minded grudge. What he saw was the dedication and pride of a man who had lived his life focused on one thing. And it was obvious what that thing was. He's sincere. He liked it, even that dedication and pride. Most importantly, seeing that Schneider had no interest in lightning implied his connection to Blue Zone wasn't deep. Suyuk leaned back into his chair and got to the heart of the conversation. So, is this why you called me? No. Schneider also realized it was time to put a conclusion to their conversation. I want to make a bet. A bet. But first, is there anything you want from me? Suyuk grinned. As expected, Schneider knew precisely what he desired. There is. Speak up. Everything you know about the Thunder Cave. I want you to share it with me. Omar Schneider. He was the specialist in conquering the Thunder Cave. No one in this tower knew more about it than he did. No matter how much information could be gathered through communities or articles, it couldn't compare to what Schneider knew. I figured as much. And what do you want? He definitely wanted something from him. The reason he bothered to arrange this meeting and asked what Suyuk wanted first, it was all for that. Sure enough. Apologize. To you. No. Schneider shook his head. To everyone watching your stream. No, to everyone who knows about the Thunder Cave. He clearly had something he desired. Grit dash. Go live and state that your soloing declaration for the Thunder Cave was an arrogant mistake due to your ignorance. Admit you can't do it. His gums ground together. Apologize. He was talking about his pride and belief. He feels disrespected, doesn't he? Suyuk's statements on his stream had undoubtedly pierced through and wounded him deeply. The years Schneider had dedicated to attempting to conquer the Thunder Cave had been dismissed in an instant by Suyuk's declaration. Schneider's proposal was to rectify that, to glue back together the pride that had been torn apart by Suyuk's stream. He wanted Suyuk to apologize on his stream. The bet is obviously the tournament's outcome, right? Yes. That's an offer I can't refuse. Schneider laughed at Suyuk's confidence. You're accepting the proposal rather easily. Because I'll win. Perhaps that will be the case eventually, in 9 out of 10 scenarios. Schneider stood up, seemingly concluding that the conversation was nearly over. But at least for now, that's not the case. Power surged in his blue eyes, barely contained. After glaring at Suyuk for a moment, Schneider turned around and left the cafe, as if signaling the end of their discussion. Indeed, he's well beyond the third-floor level. From the brief display, Suyuk could roughly gauge the extent of Schneider's prowess. Most players fall into one of two categories: those who overcome the trials and rise, or those who hit a wall and give up. But Schneider was neither. His dedication to conquering the unrealistically difficult Thunder Cave had made him an extraordinary existence, with levels and stats unattainable for most third-floor players. 10 years. They weren't wasted. It was clear. Schneider had achieved more on the third floor than Suyuk had in his past life. Outside the cafe, Schneider's companions were waiting. "Did you meet him?" Don Zhao approached Schneider, wearing a grim expression. He didn't need to ask what the conversation was about. It was likely centered on the Thunder Cave. "Yes." "How did it go?" "Not easy." Relaxing his tense expression, Schneider sighed. Seeing this, Don Zhao smacked his lips. "It would be nice if we could get an easy apology." "Not so sure about that." "What do you mean, not sure?" "Easy is always good." "If it were easy, then that would mean an insignificant guy disrespected the Thunder Cave. That would be even more annoying." "Really?" Don Zhao scratched his head. Their team leader certainly had a different way of thinking from others, especially when it came to matters related to the Thunder Cave. "But honestly..." "Honestly what?" "Meeting him has sort of calmed me a bit. At least it doesn't seem like a half-baked guy who happened to get lightning is acting up. He wasn't just making that up." In fact, Schneider's face appeared much more at ease than it had been before entering the cafe. His skills must be considerable. He's no rookie, that much is certain. "Do you think you might lose?" Don Zhao's subtle provocation. Meeting him made me even more sure. With a faint smile, Schneider shook his head. "I won't lose. Absolutely not." With that confidence, Don Zhao refrained from asking further about the encounter with Lee Suyuk. Although it was a chance meeting, it helped Schneider regain his composure. That alone made the meeting worthwhile. As the warm atmosphere lingered, there was one thing neither Schneider nor Don Zhao were aware of. Someone was quietly trailing them. Is that him? Schneider or Schneider or whatever stupid name he uses. Chapter 51. Balhe Entertainment's Management Office. With Unhyang gone, Cheon Riang's current focus was on the third-floor tournament hosted by Blue Zone. Legal betting while working. Just the thought made Cheon Riang feel like he was off-duty. The prize must be amazing. The number of participants is insane. Over 10,000 players were participating in this tournament. There was no cash prize for this tournament. Instead, the prize was an item that once belonged to a Blue Eyes member, Kim Min-jae. In Lee Suyuk's legend, Blue Eyes was always a part of it. The Blue Eyes relic was not only powerful on its own, but for collectors, it held an almost irresistible allure. In other words, it had a premium value. Crunch dash. Darn, if I were still on the third floor, I'd have given it a shot. Watching the tournament via Blue Zone's official channel, Cheon Riang munched on potato chips, and soon after, he realized how futile his wishful musing was. Well, if such a tournament had existed back then, Unhyang would have definitely won. Despite being friends and climbing the tower together, the talent gap between Cheon Riang and Unhyang was insurmountable. In fact, that gap would remain insurmountable for anyone. Only legendary players like Lee Suyuk, Kim Il-soo, Heavenly Demon, and the Archmage Hyles might rival her talent. Why else would her moniker be Genius? There was a reason for that. Buzz dash. Right then, his kit buzzed. A call from Unhyang. "Hey, what's up? What are you doing?" "Watching the stream. I was instructed to monitor it." Crunch dash. "That sounds like you're betting, aren't you?" Unhyang's sharp remark made Cheon Riang's hand freeze. This was why old friends were tiring. They knew too much, grasping everything from the smallest hint. Realizing that excuses were futile, Cheon Riang confessed. "Yeah, you're right, but just a small amount this time, for fun. You know I've told you to cut it out, right? The company told you to monitor Suyuk streams, not bet on them." As expected, the nagging began. Normally, the nagging would go on for a good 30 minutes. If her ire wasn't quenched, it might end with a smack on the head or, worse, some form of penalty exercise. Fortunately, Anhyang wasn't in front of him this time. Cheon-riang felt relieved. But then, anyway, show me how to do it. Surprisingly brief nagging this time. What? That betting thing. You want to bet too? Yeah, I want to give it a try. Anhyang had never shown any interest in gambling before. She wasn't particularly focused on saving money either. In short, she lacked greed for money. For her, working was merely a pastime. The only possible reason for her interest in betting? You're planning to bet on Lee Soo-hyuk, aren't you? Pure fandom. The most dangerous type. Yeah, so? Is that bad? Are you crazy? Do you have points to throw away? That's true, but wait, is that your way of saying Soo-hyuk will lose? Her voice turned colder. She had already transitioned from believing in Soo-hyuk's victory to being almost certain of it. Listen carefully. It's not that I'm underestimating him or don't trust him. I'm just speaking based on analysis and odds. Why are you rambling? Is it because of Omar Schneider? You got it. Cheon-riang was well aware of streamer Lee Soo-hyuk's skills. He had been watching the stream with Anhyang since day one. How could he not know? His talents might even surpass Anhyang's. He was certainly not lacking. That's why, knowing all this, Cheon-riang anticipated his defeat. You might think it's because of the Scarecrow trial, but if Schneider took that, he'd probably take out 50. How do you know that? Around this time last year, Blue Zone streamed a Thunder Cave conquest. I watched it live. To protect his friend's wallet. Cheon-riang continued his argument desperately. That guy doesn't belong on the 3rd floor. Schneider didn't take the Scarecrow trial because he didn't want his 10 years compared to Lee Soo-hyuk's talent. Not because he couldn't beat that record. But claiming he could take out 50 Scarecrows sounds excessive. What I'm saying is, Schneider is that overwhelming. With that, Cheon-riang checked the odds again. The odds were changing in real time until the tournament started.
Omar Schneider, 1,31x.
Lee Soo-hyuk, 2.97x. Don Zhao, 12.33x. Countless players participated, but the rankings didn't change. The odds being lower simply meant those were the top contenders. Rankings crafted by analytical and sharp-eyed betting agencies rarely turned out wrong. Look at this. The data speaks for itself. What data? It's just the odds. That's what novices say, chasing high odds to make big bucks and losing their entire stake. Without realizing he was talking about himself, Cheon-riang sneered. Why do you think the phrase underdogs must die exists? Snap out of it. So you want to bet against me? Who's going to win? A bet? Yeah, I'll bet on Soo-hyuk. And I'll bet on Schneider? Their betting choices were different. Aligning interests. Next month's salary. Winner takes all. Fine by me. The bet was set. Prepare to lose your wallet. You too. Afterward, Cheon-riang explained the betting process to Anhyang. She quickly grasped it and ended the call. The storm passed, and Cheon-riang smiled in satisfaction. How can money come in so easily? But soon after, Cheon-riang glanced at the player kit with a puzzled expression. Why is she suddenly interested in money? That's unusual. Knowing about the betting, Soo-hyuk felt a pang of regret. It would have been nice if I could participate. The players' channel's betting system had a rule. Participants in tournaments or streams couldn't place bets. A necessary safeguard against manipulation. Understandable yet frustrating. Can't be helped. Better to avoid turfing your reputation over betting allegations. Even if the forbidden fruit was tempting, it was wiser not to swallow it. Step dash. Soo-hyuk walked down the passage allotted to participants. A colossal coliseum-like building. The tournament's venue and trial hall. A mask? Is that really Lee Soo-hyuk? The streamer. Wasn't he on the betting list? It must be him. More people recognized him than he expected. Likely because those in the same floor section had more chances to keep up with his news. Soo-hyuk smiled behind his mask. feeling the anticipation and intrigue of those around him. This tournament was going to be interesting, to say the least. Hey.
Schneider. Schneider.
Where? Right next to you. The reaction to Omar Schneider's appearance eclipsed the initial excitement over spotting Suyuk. Step dash. A massive crowd moved into the Coliseum stage. The bright lights pierced their eyes, and deafening cheers assaulted their ears. Cheers grew louder with each step. Schneider's here. Hey, isn't that Lee Suyuk with the mask? Don Zhao dash. Schneider, I bet everything on you. Suyuk, start the stream. Loud cheers from the crowd. Most of the support was directed at Suyuk and Schneider, probably because the majority of the bets were placed on them. Especially, Schneider has the most fans. Odds don't lie. No matter how much Suyuk had gained recognition from his collaboration with Falcon Eye, he couldn't compare to Schneider, who had built his reputation over several years on the third floor. Naturally, the betting leaned heavily toward Schneider. Schneider stood there with his eyes closed. The vast stage felt cramped as 10,000 players filled the Coliseum. All the main participants were now gathered. Then, greetings, everyone. Bam 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 dash. The noise sounded like a party starting. Accompanied by loud music, player emerged. I am Go Hyunsu, a player from the Blue Zone Guild, and I will be your host today. Nice to meet you. A small man introduced himself from above. With narrow eyes and arms raised high, he shouted, "This tournament right here, right now. We will have both the qualifiers and the finals." Suyuk lost interest in his words. He already knew the tournament format. The host's speech was mostly for the spectators. Now, before we start, let's interview just 2 participants. Anyone want to volunteer? Schneider. The response came immediately. The host's approach felt more like a festive event than a serious competition. Yes, Schneider. I expected that. Schneider. I will consider this tournament as Thunder Cave. A straightforward, unwavering statement. The crowd roared with approval. Declaring the tournament as a substitute for Thunder Cave showed Schneider's strong determination. Everyone knew, since Schneider mentioned Thunder Cave, he wouldn't treat this lightly. And now for the second participant. Lee Suyuk too. Yes, got it. Go Hyunsu turned to Suyuk, standing among the participants. And Suyuk, now seeing the host's face, gave a deliberately laconic response. I will do my best. A dry answer. Even such a curt reply didn't faze Go Hyunsu. Yes, quite an answer from a top-tier streamer. Thank you. From then on, most of Go Hyunsu's words were outside Suyuk's interest. But there was one thing that caught his attention, something he couldn't ignore. And finally, let's reveal the tournament's prize. The heirloom of a great player, and the pride of our blue zone. Fwash dash. A blue light shot into the sky. Simultaneously, a pair of red leather shoes emerged, suspended in that light. Ooh dash dot. That's... Collectors and players yearning for items had their eyes lit up. For once, Suyuk was no different. Though he was at a distance, he could clearly recognize it. It's genuine. The nimble thief's footwear. Shoes once used by Hermes, the god. And an item that belonged to his friend, Minjae. Wait for me. Grit dash. Grinding his teeth behind the mask, he barely contained his rage. The thought of Kim Il-soo, who dared to put that up as a mere tournament prize, infuriated him. I'll reclaim it soon. Suyuk became more determined than ever. Lee Suyuk has started streaming. Chapter 52. Lee Suyuk, 2.91x. The odds were set. Eun-hyang grumbled as she looked at the odds placed on Suyuk. They must be blind. Does this make any sense? Odds close to 3-1. It meant far more people had bet on Schneider. Well, that guy is pretty strong now. I'll give him that. Just a bit. Eun-hyang, who rarely acknowledged others, couldn't deny Schneider's prowess. She wasn't acknowledging his talent but his determination and effort and what he had achieved through them. Though some might see it as foolish persistence. In this section, he's like a dragon. Even though she bet on Suyuk out of loyalty and had a wager with Cheon Riang, she wasn't blind to the facts. Anhyang could see clearly. Realistically, the probability of Schneider winning this tournament was higher. But a draw. Just that much is good enough. She kept thinking about Suyuk's confidence shown during the collaboration with Falcon Eye, as if he deliberately made it a draw. It felt like he could have done much more if he wanted to. Was it all for show? Who knows? At least the Lee Suyuk she knew. Not the streamer Lee Suyuk. But the Blue Eyes Lee Suyuk wouldn't act boastfully without reason. And now, her assigned streamer Lee Suyuk. He was more like her idol, Lee Suyuk, than anyone else. Let's trust him. Anhyang's gaze moved to the center of the Colosseum. Not far from Schneider. Suyuk stood there. As a manager, I must. Then she looked at the kit in her hand. The stream had started. Even though she was at the tournament, her world was right here. The stream had begun. Finally! Sua! Let's win this. It's been a while. Seeing the viewers' greetings as they joined, Suyuk smiled. What had started as a way to make money was becoming genuinely enjoyable for him. Long time no see, everyone. Not us, you. We were always here. Yo, you're the one who didn't stream. The viewers' complaints didn't bother him. By Anhyang's words, these complaints showed how much they liked him. The real issue was elsewhere. The chat is too fast. Suyuk tried his best to keep up with the viewers' messages. While it would be hard during the trial, he thought he could engage with them during moments like this. But reading the chat now was impossible. Even with excellent visual acuity, the messages sped up the screen too quickly to catch. This hasn't happened except during collaborations. Suyuk reluctantly gave up trying to read all the messages. How many viewers? Viewers? 179. How many minutes had it been since he started the stream? The growth rate of viewers was staggering. At this rate, it'll definitely surpass 10,000. The effect of collaborating with Falcon Eye, combined with the strength of the edited videos. Is this the real lightning room? What does lightning room mean? It's a term newbies from the videos use, lol. Hahaha newbies. The video's impact was immense. For the viewership to spike this much, today's stream might indeed be a significant turning point. Are you in a tournament? A chat message caught his eye. It sparked a flood of tournament-related questions. The chaotic atmosphere from the long hiatus seemed to settle a bit. Yes, I've entered a tournament. Saw you, lol. I'm in the audience right now, streaming your stream, lol. LOL, watching the stream live from the audience, insanity. Isn't the view better from the audience? He appreciated the enthusiasm but couldn't quite understand the reasoning. They just want to interact. Yeah, you can't converse just by cheering in the stands. Is it because of that? It was a puzzling concept. Why would people go to such lengths just to support someone they'd never met? He felt an inexplicable sense of responsibility weigh on his shoulders. Nodding, Suyuk addressed his rapidly growing viewer count. Thank you. I'll repay you with a victory. Okay, deal. Let's win like beasts. LOL, he might come second. For real, this time's different. I'm honestly just curious when he'll crash and burn, LOL. Maybe it was because of Schneider's presence? Few seemed confident in Suyuk's victory. The general sentiment leaned towards seeing his challenge as reckless. And nothing says reckless challenge quite like a wager. A lovely Suyuk has created a mission. Cheering for you, Suyuk. Angry face if you win. 30,000 points. The mission's promise brought a smile to Suyuk's face. The stakes were set, his path was clear, and the challenges ahead only fueled his determination. It was time to show everyone, including Schneider, what he was made of. It was indeed a mission. Minus 30K? Big stakes here. Hard to throw in a measly couple thousand now. Chairman-level support, damn. Eyes widened. A 30,000-point mission. This was on a different scale compared to previous ones. Actually, considering the nickname, it was less of a mission and more of an encouragement. The viewer, Lovely Suyuk, was one of Suyuk's top supporters, often referred to as the chairman. Won't regret it? A Lovely Suyuk has donated 100 points.
No.
Wow, one word costing 100 points, cool. throwing 100 points per letter, crazy efficiency, lol. Clearly, they possessed significant wealth. Grin dash. Thank you in advance for the 30,000 points. Smiling at the thought of an abundant wallet, but only for a moment. Buzz dash. As the tournament began, a massive field unfurled within the Colosseum. Whoosh dash. The field engulfed over 10,000 players. Simultaneously, an identical message appeared before the participants' eyes. Do you wish to participate in the trial? No matter how spacious, the Colosseum was too small to host 10,000 players. Most importantly, without the trial's format, players would face real danger. Participate. One by one, players, including Suyuk, entered the trial grounds. The field spread throughout the Colosseum. You have entered the preliminary round. A vast forest appeared. Tall trees surrounded the area. Suddenly, Suyuk found himself standing alone. The players who had been around vanished. They had all entered the field created by Blue Zone with the system's power. The preliminary round begins. Fight until only 1,000 remain. Survivors. 10-109. A straightforward and brutal rule. Suyuk smiled. A solo match. The trial's format was deathmatch, and it was naturally a solo match. Suyuk had hoped for a solo format, and fortunately, the preliminary round delivered. Moreover, deathmatches were a category Suyuk excelled in. Could I encounter him here?
Schneider.
Perhaps he might face Schneider quickly in this preliminary round. The number of survivors in the preliminary round would be about 1 in 10. And there were 2 ways to survive. Hide or reduce the numbers by my own hand. Naturally, Suyuk had no intention of hiding. That wasn't his nature, and it would make for a much more entertaining stream. Moreover, Holzar 2 has created a mission. Deathmatch? Can't miss that. 100 points per kill. Vongol Pasta has created a mission. Kill permission is a deathmatch rule, lol. I'll go with 100 points per kill to the mission villain has created a mission. 1000 points for killing Don Zhao. 10,000 points for killing Omar Schneider. Missions were being registered one after another. Instantly, Suyuk's eyes lit up. A kill per 200 points. He had no intention of hiding initially, but now he had to adjust his strategy. 200 points per kill. If he took down 100 people in this preliminary round, that'd net him 20,000 points in an instant. And if he managed to kill Schneider, that'd be another 10,000 points. Adding the victory mission, 60,000 points. It would almost recover the funds spent on leveling up his skills. As his stream grew, the incoming revenue significantly increased. Look at his eyes rolling. He does like money. Lee Suyuk, the money lover. What a world. At that moment, Russell dash. The sound of something moving through the grass. Suyuk's head turned to the side. Oh! The man who met his gaze had a look of regret. It seemed he recognized Suyuk. For one person, there was no need to use lightning. A walking 200 points. The participant turned and ran. Suyuk took a step forward, pursuing him as he spoke. Thanks for the meal. Step. Somewhere deep within the secluded forest, Schneider continued to walk at a slow pace. Survivors. 544. 1,500 players had already been eliminated. During that time, Schneider hadn't fought a single player. It wasn't that he hadn't encountered anyone, just that everyone who did encounter him chose to flee rather than fight. My goal is singular. Step. Throughout his walk, Schneider's mind was wholly focused on one target. Lee Suyuk. No one else mattered. Someone else would reduce the numbers anyway. In that moment, Schneider knew to focus entirely on preparing for his encounter with Lee Suyuk instead of dealing with lesser threats. Rustle dash. Not far off, the sound of rustling grass. Along with the breath of someone nearby, Schneider halted his steps. Think I'll just let you go, bringing a mob? Snap dash. He combined the spears on his back into a lengthy spear. As Schneider readied his weapon, shadows hidden in the trees began to emerge. You catch on quickly. You said there's no point in hiding. We should have gotten more. It's fine. This will do. Murmur dash. Dozens of players formed a circle. Their aim was clear, eliminating Schneider. You made a wise choice. Eliminating a top contender early improves your chances. Schneider didn't panic. In their shoes, targeting him during the preliminaries was their best shot. However, even a flock of sheep is still just sheep. No numbers can match skill. Where do you get off being arrogant? Boom! Mid-sentence, the head of the foremost player exploded. Schneider's spear was pointed at his head, but the distance was too great for the spear to have physically struck. I've dealt with plenty like you. Unable to gauge his strength, the players began retreating. Chuck dash. One person's presence overwhelmed dozens. Schneider advanced toward them unafraid, like a wolf calmly approaching a flock of sheep. And then, flash dash. Gah! When did he? Schneider moved into the midst of the group, swinging his spear in a wide arc. Splat dash. Blood fountains erupted from the decapitated players' bodies. If you wanted to take me down, you should have brought at least Lee Suyuk. Chapter 53. Slash dash. Smoothly, necks were severed. Magic imbued into the spear's tip acted as a blade. Using the extended reach of his spear, Schneider fought as if his arms extended. Impressive. The display even captured Anhyang's attention. The colossal screens surrounding the Colosseum displayed Schneider's battle against dozens of players. He handles the spear well. His movements are fluid. Above all, dash. Hey, don't run. This is just a trial. Don't be scared. Even so, this is too one-sided. Boom. Another player's head exploded. He's executing a one-sided massacre without even using skills. Despite her bias towards Suyuk, Anhyang had once thoroughly researched Schneider. Famous players had lots of data available, and Schneider was no exception. She knew what skills he primarily used and his preferred fighting styles. From that perspective, Schneider didn't seem to be going all out yet. A slaughter. Swoosh dash. With a soft sound, Schneider's spear pierced another player's chest in two. Spears were typically designed for thrusting rather than slashing. Yet his spear wielded the power reminiscent of a long sword. He's skilled. I'll give him that. Anhyang nodded. Professionally, she had seen countless streams, including those renowned for showcasing exceptional skills. She had also watched numerous rookie fights on Players' Channel. Yet, the number of players she acknowledged could be counted on one hand. Well, the same goes for this one. Wow, that's 24 kills. Sweet, sweet. Boring. Schneider come out at. On Suyuk's stream, Suyuk had just taken down his 24th opponent on the road and was moving towards his next target. Even though it was a solo match, most players moved in teams. The size varied, ranging from 2 to 5 members. But Suyuk didn't seem to care at all. I'd prefer meeting a large group next time. Instead, he seemed to be hoping to encounter more players at once. LOL crazy. Usually, hiding is the best tactic, LOL. If they come all together, even better. And such atypical situations were precisely what the viewers loved the most. Anhyang, observing the stream's atmosphere, checked the viewer count. Viewers. 9,451. The viewers were rapidly increasing. Surpassing 10,000 was just a matter of time. And likely the tipping point would be, if they clash, it'll be a beautiful sight. The moment when Schneider and Suyuk faced off. Survivors. 1,342. Suyuk checked the number of remaining survivors. The rate of elimination was faster than expected. It explained why he had encountered so many players. It wasn't a coincidence. The field isn't that big, it seems. It would have been nice if more players had remained. 200 points per kill. Once the preliminary round ended, this lucrative mission would be over, too. How many kills do I have now? Minus 97 kills. No, it's 98. It's 98. You caught that one who tried to escape. 98. That was the number of kills Suyuk had racked up in this preliminary round. It meant he had encountered an immense number of players.
No wonder.
Thud dash. Not far away, the ground caved inwards, descending into an abyss. The land was slowly disappearing. It was designed to prevent players from hiding in one spot indefinitely. The system was driving players toward a single point. This would likely continue until only 1,000 remained. Where should I go to meet someone? While the stage was narrowing, Suyuk didn't head straight for the center. Wish dash. He examined the ground. Footprints and trampled grass indicated recent passage. A lot of movement. At least 10. No, maybe more. As time passed, group sizes grew larger. With 1,000 survivors possible, players were banding together to increase their chances of survival. But Suyuk wasn't wary of these movements. Rather, he welcomed them. It's that way. The direction was set. Let's hunt them down, lol. Dash one last big haul, guys. Or rather, a massive horde. Step, step. Suyuk continued following the trail. Time was limited. Survivors. 1,202. The preliminary round would end as soon as the number of survivors reached 1,000. This group of about 10 would likely be his last prey in the preliminaries. Or perhaps, maybe an even bigger catch. The trail was chaotic. This meant only one thing. They've encountered something. And CHUK dash. Suyuk drew his sword from its scabbard. In the next moment, he swung, slicing through the tall grass obscuring his view. Rustle dash. With a clear view ahead, Suyuk saw a long spear impaling a player's body. Drip dash, drip dash. Blood trickled down the spear, pooling on the ground. Bodies of dozens of players lay scattered around. The one responsible for this carnage was unmistakably. It's Schneider. Huge fight incoming. This is what we came for. Omar Schneider himself. So we meet at last. Thud dash. Schneider tossed the impaled player's body to the ground. Despite battling over 10 players, he showed no signs of fatigue. And looking at Schneider's smirk. 10,000 points, huh? Suyuk immediately thought of the mission. Can't miss out on 10,000 points, lol.
Schneider?
That's 10,000 points right there. This is gonna be epic. 10,000 points? Close enough to hear. Schneider seemed puzzled by Suyuk's words. Yeah, there's a mission. What mission? They're offering 10,000 points for taking you down. 10,000? Schneider's face twisted with displeasure. Only 10,000 points were by no means a small amount. But for taking down Schneider on the 3rd floor, it was ridiculously low. Although for a streamer, it was significant money. You continually trample on my pride. From Schneider's perspective, it was tantamount to belittling his 10 years of dedication. He looks seriously pissed. Do they know each other? Oddly feels like they're familiar. Chuck dash. Schneider's blood-stained spear pointed at Suyuk. He glanced at the number of survivors and murmured. Another 150 to go. There wasn't much time left for the preliminary round. Thud dash. The sound of the ground collapsing grew closer. This should be enough time. Schneider grinned. And then, boom! A blast sounded near Suyuk's head. A skill. Suyuk narrowed his eyes, ducking sideways to avoid it. Schneider had moved his spear once and was preparing to thrust again. No, just a thrust. This wasn't a skill. He was channeling magic into the spear tip, releasing it with the thrust. More technique than skill. A true master. Indeed, worthy of his reputation. But the real fight begins now. Suyuk's focus zeroed in on the tip of Schneider's spear. He couldn't afford to lose sight of it. The spear extended farther than it appeared. Rather than gauging distance, he needed to watch the spear's direction. Crash dash. As Schneider swung his spear, a strike cleaved through the ground in its path. The spear's power surpassed that of a sword. Simply clashing head-on was ill-advised. Nameless magic sword absorbs user's stamina. All stats rise proportionally to consumed stamina. Selfish sacrifice LV4 resists damage from nameless magic sword. A red impact radiated from Suyuk's sword. With the magic sword's effect, his stats surged momentarily. Crash dash. The clash between Suyuk's sword and Schneider's spear sent shockwaves. Schneider's spear continued its relentless assault. Bang! Bang! Suyuk deftly evaded and parried the spear strikes targeting his vital points. As if performing a choreographed act, he closed the distance between them. Once the gap closed sufficiently, Schneider halted his spear. He allowed Suyuk to come closer. And in that instant, zip dash, Suyuk dashed straight towards Schneider. Red impact trailed along his path, the magic sword's power boosting his stats dramatically. In a blink, the distance was gone. Within spear range, Suyuk's sword aimed for Schneider's neck. Clang dash, SSS dash. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed. Close enough now, Suyuk glared at Schneider. Few moments brought opponents so face-to-face as when they aimed for each other's throats. Your movements are swift. It wasn't pure admiration. Schneider's face held a hint of dissatisfaction. Why aren't you using your lightning? Schneider was waiting for the lightning, the skill that made many know him. Lee Suyuk's iconic skill. Only then would this fight hold its true value. However, it's too precious. Too precious. If I show it now, wouldn't it spoil the surprise? This is just the preliminaries. What are you? Suddenly, a realization hit Schneider. Survivors. This battle had an implicit time limit. Survivors. 10-12. Only 12 more. The rate at which survivors were decreasing surprised them. Why so fast? As Schneider wondered, the closer the survivors get to the target, the more temporary alliances fall apart. Suyuk revealed the reasoning. The preliminaries were a solo affair. But over time, players who understood the trial began to form teams. Forming a group would increase their survival chances, that much was clear. However, the purpose of those groups was solely to make it through the preliminaries. As the number of survivors neared the threshold of 1,000, there was no longer any need to stay in teams. That was exactly why the survivor count had plummeted so rapidly. Could it be that Schneider's gaze wavered. Was he dodging my attacks while keeping track of the number of survivors? That slight error in judgment could easily lead to a fatal wound. He had believed that narrowly avoiding his attacks was Suyuk's goal. But he was wrong. Even in the heat of the moment, Suyuk had been watching the survivor count and conserving his lightning. Could that even be possible? Moments later, survivors, 1,000. The preliminary round has ended. You will now be transported to the finals. Wadash. The scenery began to blur. The remaining players faded, signaling the end of the preliminaries. Right in front of him, with their blades still crossed, Suyuk mouthed silently. See you in the finals, 10,000 points. With those words, Suyuk's image vanished. Schneider looked down at his own body, slowly fading, and his expression turned incredulous.
Unbelievable.
He had considered the possibility of encountering Suyuk in the preliminaries, but he hadn't anticipated this kind of ending. I underestimated him. Schneider recalled Suyuk's movements. He's not just some fool relying on lightning. Grin dash. Schneider's lips curled upward. Impressive. Yeah, this explains why he was so confident. Well, this is just the preliminaries. There was no rush. After all, only he had the capability to defeat Suyuk. As he slowly advanced towards the finals, it wouldn't be long before he faced Suyuk again. Chapter 54. You have been moved to the waiting room. A 30-minute break has been granted. The place Suyuk was transported to after the preliminaries was a small room with nothing but a single bed, barely 4 payong in size. A 30-minute break. Fortunately, the schedule wasn't overly tight. That was anticlimactic. Too bad about the time limit. Felt really rushed. The chat buzzed with viewers lamenting the abrupt halt in Suyuk and Schneider's fight. It was to be expected since their battle was the most anticipated highlight of this content. And Suyuk shared that sentiment. Indeed. My 10,000 points. LOL. Were you serious about that? LOL. He even said goodbye to Schneider as 10,000 points. LOL. Suyuk genuinely saw Schneider as a 10,000-point mark. Eliminating Schneider in the preliminaries would have immediately cashed in that mission, a substantial gain. However, Suyuk chose to hold back his lightning and postpone his showdown with Schneider. The decisive factor was Unhyang's whispered message. Manager whisper Suyuk, save the big fight with him for the finals. Gotta get good video content. Unhyang's message popped up in the chat center. That prompted Suyuk to reconsider his strategy. We need to build up the video content. The battle with Schneider was the crux of this stream. Keeping Schneider alive would enhance viewer engagement and enrich the stream. The viewer count confirmed this strategy. Viewers. 11009. The count not only surpassed 10,000 but soared past 11,000. This brought back a memory of a conversation he had with Unhyang. 10,000 viewers. The team leader says that's kind of a barrier. Almost there, but hard to breach. What barrier? I'm not sure, but hitting 10,000 once means a streamer can survive. Not everyone, but for most, that seems to be the case. 10,000 viewers. Since that talk, Suyuk had subconsciously aimed for that number. Could he continue to thrive as a streamer? Would he fade away like many others after a brief stint of fame? To dispel that uncertainty, hitting 10,000 was crucial. And now, in this moment, Suyuk's stream had reached that milestone. In the end, it wasn't a bad decision. Both for the stream and the fight with Schneider. Holding back in the preliminaries proved wise. Suyuk gazed at his hand. Despite the short time, he had exchanged several attacks with Schneider. His hand trembled slightly. The power behind Schneider's spear was not to be underestimated. My hand's still tingling. The power behind Schneider's spear was stronger than expected. It wasn't due to any special skill, but rather his high stats and his adeptness with the spear. He is far above the third-floor level. His stats are probably higher than mine right now. Suyuk pondered Schneider's prowess and what lay ahead. Thunder Cave, the impregnable dungeon where Omar Schneider had spent a decade trying to conquer. He couldn't conquer it with this level of skill and power. Or perhaps this wasn't all. Just as he had held back his lightning, Schneider must have withheld some of his own abilities. As Suyuk mulled over the fight with Schneider, "Do you think you can win?" A viewer's concerned question. Suyuk sat on the bed and responded, "Yes." Though Schneider was stronger than expected, the outcome wouldn't change. No, couldn't. Victory is mine. I have no intention of yielding. It wasn't just for pride or the wager involving an apology video and information about Thunder Cave. The tournament's prize. That alone meant he couldn't afford to lose. And to ensure his victory. Oh right, the mission. This was crucial. LOL, suddenly talking about the mission. Can he really think about the mission at a time like this? Amazing, Lee Suyuk. Truly money Suyuk. 100 points per kill. Since two similar missions were active, it was 200 points per kill. And his total kills in the preliminaries were 98. Calculations must be done, after all. Mission accomplished. You have received 9,800 points from Holes R2. Mission accomplished. You have received 9,800 points from Vongol Pasta. A total donation of 19,600 points. Thank you for the support, Holes R2 and Vongol Pasta. That filled the need. Available points. 96029. His points surged rapidly. Collecting 80,000 points seemed daunting, but the conditions were met much faster than expected. 80000 points have been used. Skill level of Selfish Sacrifice LV4 has increased. Remaining points 16029. A large chunk of points was used in one go, yet 16,000 points remained. This mission was an absolute bonanza. If only every day had deathmatches like this, then he could increase the skill level of Selfish Sacrifice even further. With the preliminary round behind him and the finals ahead, Suyuk was ready to face whatever came next with renewed vigor and determination. The skill's new grade is Selfish Sacrifice. Type skill. Grade B. LV5. Suppresses the side effects of skills or items that harm the user. Skill grade and level can be increased using points. Required points, 160,000. Suyuk tried not to look at the 160000 figure at the end. How could he save up that much again? The doubling requirement was something he could never get used to. Still, there was one notable improvement. The grade has increased. The skill had been stuck at C rank, but now it had risen to B. Although it was tagged with a minus symbol, it was still an improvement. This meant the skill's effectiveness had significantly increased. As Suyuk reveled in the dual feelings of satisfaction and bitterness from the upgraded skill level, his gaze shifted to the chat window he had previously ignored. Why isn't he talking? Probably resting. Next is the finals, sharpening his focus. Wow, he does look cool. If only he didn't love money so much. LOL, totally agree. Viewers seemed to think his silent sitting on the bed was a sign of him gearing up for the next battle. Should he clear up the misunderstanding? Let's leave it be. Such misunderstandings were welcome. Suyuk decided to take his full 30-minute break. In a courtyard where the ice hadn't yet melted, Kim Sherwoo stroked his chin, watching Lee Suyuk on screen, sitting on the bed, seemingly gathering his focus. This is different from him. Gathering focus before a fight? That wasn't like the Lee Suyuk he knew. Lee Suyuk could demonstrate focus anytime, anywhere. Moreover, the longer he fought, the sharper his focus became. He was someone who was practical in battle and relaxed during breaks. That was the Lee Suyuk that Sherwoo knew. Not a spot-the-difference game. What am I thinking? Sherwoo shook his head, brushing aside unnecessary thoughts. The reason he was watching this stream was simple. Yerong was aiming for the tournament's prize. A tournament hosted by Kim Il-soo. There were two main contenders for the victory. Schneider still has the higher odds. Just now, for a fleeting moment, Suyuk's hand had trembled. Not many would have noticed. It was a brief, subtle movement. Yet, that alone revealed the level difference between the two. On the lower floors, level is absolute. Unlike the upper floors where unique skills, combat knowledge, and experience played a big role, strength in the lower floors was primarily measured by level. And raising levels required effort and time. Schneider embodied both attributes. Suyuk's only edge would be his lightning skill. Lightning. No one knew that skill better than him, except perhaps for Yerong and Il-soo, who had both carried the Blue Eyes name. Therefore, Sherwoo had a fair idea of how the match between them could turn out. If they fought 10 times, Suyuk might win one. There was one main reason he thought this way. If he can land one good strike, the fatal flaw of lightning, it consumed the user's stamina, making long fights difficult. Especially against an experienced player like Schneider, landing a decisive blow was no easy feat, but if Suyuk could pull it off, even Schneider would suffer a critical hit. The real Suyuk would have managed that. Yes, if it were the genuine Lee Suyuk. A middle-aged woman with heavy makeup sat in the middle of the audience. Yerong, with a disguised face, sat cross-legged, watching the match with folded arms. This is quite entertaining. She hadn't expected much from what she considered a children's brawl. In fact, most players on screen were subpar, enough to make her frown. But there were two exceptions. I always knew about Lee Suyuk, but this Schneider guy is something else. His skill with the spear was exceptional. Terms like late bloomer or hard worker were often used to describe him, but to Yerong he was something else entirely. He's broken through his limits. Obsessing over something for 10 years was undeniably impressive. It required mental fortitude, and Schneider was a prodigy in that regard. That's how Yerong viewed Schneider. If he wins this prize and conquers Thunder Cave to ascend, painted a brilliant picture. He'll likely become a ranker soon. Intriguing. Both the young man with strong mental fortitude and the boy named Lee Suyuk, who shared a name with her friend. She wanted to keep watching them, not just for her goal but out of genuine interest. Ugh dashed up. Just then. Will he win? Next to Yerong, a dark-haired woman sat with her legs drawn in, gazing at her kit instead of the screen. Glancing subtly, Yerong noticed she was watching a stream. A stream. It was a familiar stream she was watching. Lee Soo-yuk. Huh? You know him? The woman's head snapped to Yerong. Their faces were uncomfortably close. Are you a viewer? Yes? Oh yes. Wow, nice to meet you. I'm a fan too. For over 20 years. 20 years. Lee Soo-yuk, the streamer, had started streaming only about 10 days ago. This meant Yerong was a fan of the other Lee Soo-yuk. A fan of Soo-yuk? A peculiar sense of familiarity washed over her. Meeting someone who remembered them. Meeting so close. How long had it been? My name's Hyang. Hyang's eyes narrowed in a smile. And then, the next moment. And what's yours? Yerong realized something clearly. Hyang had seen through her disguise. Chapter 55. Inside a private room at the top of the spectator stands. The host, Go Hyun-soo, checked the remaining wait time. 05:29. About 5 minutes left. The finals would begin soon. Shortly after, the tournament would conclude, and the owner of the prize would be decided. Pair of red-tinged leather shoes. Nimble thief's footwear. A rare item of unique high grade. Footwear items were significantly more valuable than weapons or armor. But the true value of this item wasn't just its grade or effects. Could it be true? Is there really a thief targeting this? Looking at the floating shoes, Go Hyun-soo gazed down at the audience packed with people. And that person would target Lee Soo-yuk. Click dash. The door opened just then. Jumping up from his seat in tension, Go Hyun-soo relaxed when he saw who it was and spoke. It's you. Yes. You didn't answer your messages. It was Go Hyun-soo's direct subordinate. He checked his kit and found 3 missed calls. Must have been too occupied. What is it? Reinforcements have arrived from the guild headquarters. More here. Invisible from the outside, Blue Zone players were hidden around the arena. Over 1,000 were assigned to protect a single prize item. No matter how unique the item, it was an excessive number. Naturally, that many were waiting for someone aiming for the item. According to the intel, even this might not be enough. Who is leading them? It's Cha Minwo. Cha Minwo? Him.
Cha Min-woo.
Once hailed as the next Lee Soo-yuk due to his talent. He had indeed climbed the tower rapidly and become a ranker. Sending someone like Minwo indicated how seriously the guild viewed this issue. Could it really be true? Go Hyun-soo's gaze shifted to the tournament screen. The wait time was over, and the finals had begun. Will he really show up? Just an event on the 3rd floor. From Blue Zone's perspective, even if nothing happened, Omar Schneider would win the prize, so it was a safe bet. It was supposed to be a straightforward tournament. But now, maybe, the specter of blue eyes. History might change from this point onward. Your rest period has ended. The finals have begun. The room with just a bed disappeared. The walls separating players blurred, revealing their positions to one another. What we were this close? Hidden by walls and sound barriers they hadn't realized. They had been just in tiny 4-pyong spaces, practically next to each other. With the walls gone, players sized each other up, re-establishing their strategies for the finals. Lee Soo-yuk took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the coming battle. He wasn't just fighting for the prize, but for something more. And he wasn't alone. Schneider, his main rival, was standing not too far from him, also ready for the final showdown. The battlefield was set, the stakes were higher than ever, and the legendary prize awaited its rightful owner. Staggering. The rules for the finals hadn't been released yet. Players were busy sizing each other up, trying to gauge the distance. And then, at that moment, the rules for the finals were revealed. The finals will be a territory capture match. Take over your opponent's territory. Only 2 people can enter a single territory at one time. When you defeat a player, you can take over their territory. The player with the most territories at the end of the time limit wins. Time limit 2:00:00. Under the player's feet, straight lines and different colors were painted. The boundaries were divided by lines and colors. The room where they had been resting transformed into the territory they now had to defend. The rules for the finals were clear. A territory capture match. It was a trial of taking away the opponent's land, as the name suggested. A thorough one-on-one rule. This is even more of an individual match than the preliminaries. There's no benefit in moving first. Despite the start of the trial, no one moved. It was only natural. Even if you fought and won against the person next to you, you'd only gain 1 territory. But if you fought and won against an opponent with 10 territories, you'd gain 10 territories. On the other hand, moving early to seize territories would only waste energy. This is a game of wits. Moving first is disadvantageous. As long as you time it right, there's a chance for me, too. Just as the participants' game of wits began. Wait a second. Why already dash dot? Just 2 people. There were participants playing a different game. I'm going to Suyuk. Move aside. One of them was Omar Schneider. The other person was. It's 300 points per kill. Once again, a kill mission had been assigned to Suyuk. I will enjoy this meal. Asterisk. The moment the explanation for the finals rules ended. Mission villain has registered a mission. How can I hold back? Let's go for a kill mission right now. 100 points per kill. 0 for death. Go. A mission window appeared before Suyuk, who was searching for Schneider's location with his eyes. It seemed mission villain thought Suyuk was watching others just like the other participants. Reborn Rich has registered a mission. For real, let's go full manly. I'll add 100 points to. No safe assets has registered a mission. I'll add 2. Refusal is unmanly. 3 of the same type of mission. Altogether, it amounted to 300 points per kill, creating a fairly substantial prize pool. Oh? Now you really have to run? A trial where moving early puts you at a disadvantage. However, streamers often have to accept such disadvantages. It makes for more entertaining content for viewers and becomes a form of content itself. Moreover, of course I have to run. Having just spent a whopping 80,000 points, Suyuk couldn't afford to give up on this mission. Not that he ever intended to stay still. Of course, there was one thing that changed due to the mission. Even so, if it comes to this, he had identified Schneider's position. Originally, he was going to go straight towards where Schneider was. He thought it better to settle things quickly rather than appear to be avoiding him. But given the current situation, I have to go the other way. Swoosh. Suyuk turned his body towards the opposite area from where Schneider was. Asterisk. Once you step into an opponent's territory, you must defeat them to move to the next area. This rule frustrated Schneider. Suyuk. Schneider's shout, chasing him, echoed from behind. Suyuk was slashing through participants in the opposite area, and Schneider was puncturing holes in the bodies of anyone who got in his way while chasing Suyuk. Why are you going that way? Why? Schneider's shout was almost a scream. His voice was filled with deep anger. It seemed he felt a sense of betrayal over Suyuk's actions. Unfortunately, the two were positioned in exactly opposite directions. He seems really angry. He kept talking about a promise earlier. Did something happen between them? Yeah. Seriously, why is he so pissed off? Suyuk spoke after cutting down his 30-second opponent. Yes, there was a promise. Promise? What promise? Just let's have a head-on fight. Dash? But you're running away? I need to complete the mission. Dash? 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 The chat was filled with question marks in response to Suyuk's explanation. No wonder Schneider's reaction seemed so odd. There was a reason for it after all. Seriously, you're something else. I knew you were all about money, lol. Can't ignore a mission. So of course, isn't a mission a promise to us? Fortunately, the response that followed wasn't bad. In fact, people found it entertaining that he was prioritizing the mission over his promise with Schneider. This guy is really serious about missions, lol. Now that it's come to this, just keep running away. You idiot, do you think that'll work? Running away won't change the fact that the initial territory still exists. Oh, right. Yeah, he's bound to get caught eventually. What Suyuk chose wasn't to run away. Running away in this trial was impossible from the start. Defeating other participants and capturing their territories would only increase the number of territories, but he couldn't get farther away from Schneider. In the end, it would only end once Schneider reached Suyuk's territory. UVE gained 1 territory. UVE gained a total of 41 territories, the 41st territory. Suyuk quickly took down the surrounding players and pressed on. Meanwhile, Schneider kept running towards where Suyuk was. How long had it been? Participant Omar Schneider has entered the territory. There are currently 2 players in this territory. You cannot enter a new territory. Finally, Schneider reached where Suyuk was. Suyuk! He flew in, emitting blue steam from his entire body. The threatening momentum. Just as the message ended, Schneider was right in front of Suyuk. Swoosh! Without any further words, Schneider thrust his spear. Apparently, he was very angry. Clang! The clashing weapons made a loud noise, forcing Suyuk's body to fly backward, unable to withstand it. Trying to withstand it would only be a disadvantage. If he tried to block it recklessly, he might end up breaking his wrist holding the sword. In such situations, it's better to go with the force applied. Thud! Suyuk, who had flown far away and quickly regained his balance, looked up. Right above him, Schneider was spinning his spear and falling downward. Boom! Swoosh! The spinning spear slashed past Suyuk's cheek. After a brief storm-like skirmish, Schneider glared at Suyuk with sharp eyes. He's really strong. His hand was still tingling. Not only was his strength stat high, but his skill with the spear was also quite impressive. Above all, the blue steam flowing from his body. That was further enhancing Schneider's physical abilities. Draw the lightning. The reason Schneider, who seemed ready to end it right away, paused was this. Summon it while I'm giving you time. If you try to run again, I'll definitely stab you in the back this time. He seems really pissed, damn. But at least he's got manners. Even waiting for him to transform. Huh? The lightning is his transformation. Whether it was consideration or coercion, the suggestion was ambiguous. Suyuk, inside his mask, made a wry expression. Let's make a few things clear. HZZT-. Sparks began to flicker off Suyuk's body. You don't have to forcibly give me time. I can use the lightning anyway. It's not a transformation or anything that requires your consideration. Crackle dash. As if to prove his words, the electricity flowing through Suyuk's body grew stronger. And secondly dash dot. Lightning is activating. Heart of lightning is resisting lightning. Lightning's skill effect increases by 20%. Resisted the status effect. Electrocution. Crackle. Crackle dash. Once the lightning started to ignite, it grew as if meeting oil. And soon it began to take shape. Running away is for the weaker ones. Selfish sacrifice LV5. Resists the damage from lightning. Rumble dash. Thunder roared. Overcoming the burden on his body, Suyuk finally formed a lightning spear in his hand. Does it still look like I was running away? Chapter 56. In the middle of the spectator stands, Yerong stared intently at Anhyang, who was asking for her name. What's with this girl? You could see it in her eyes. She recognized the disguise, probably from the moment their eyes first met. However, Anhyang only noticed the disguise, not the face hidden beneath it. But even if that's the case, she's no ordinary person. Among the players she'd recently encountered, Anhyang stood out the most. She was incomparable to the mediocre ones Kim Il-soo had sent to find them. That made it peculiar. Meeting a player of this caliber by chance at the mere third-floor tournament? Did Il-soo send her to capture me? But if that were the case, it wouldn't be this quiet. If her identity and location had been compromised, the arena would already be in chaos by now. She wasn't a player from Blue Zone. Anhyang seemed more curious about the disguise than her true identity. Even now, she was merely asking for her name without making any other moves. Besides, Anhyang. That name sounds familiar. felt like she had heard her name in passing somewhere. As Yerong was pondering this peculiar feeling, Anhyang pressed on. I asked for your name. Anhyang's persistence made it clear that continued silence would raise more suspicion. Yerong eventually opened her mouth. Yijong. She altered her name slightly. It was better to be cautious since revealing her real name could lead to unforeseen consequences. Yijong? A dubious reaction. Anhyang scrutinized Yerong's concealed face. All right, I won't ask what you're here for. She spoke as if she was convinced there was more to it. Yerong responded with a casual smile. What else would I be here for? Just to watch the match. Really? Just that? Disbelief tinged Anhyang's response. She shrugged her shoulders as if it was impossible. Anyway, just saying, don't try to ruin the match. If you have something to do, do it after the match. Otherwise, I won't sit idly by. Though the warning carried a hint of threat, Yerong felt relieved. If Anhyang had any inkling of her true identity, she wouldn't be speaking so arrogantly. She truly didn't know who Yerong was. Reassured, Yerong asked, Why won't you sit idly by? Because I'm the manager of this stream. Anhyang displayed the screen of Suyuk's live stream. If the match gets ruined, so does the stream, right? That can't happen. Manager? Yerong's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder she found it odd that Anhyang was watching the stream in person. She was the manager of Suyuk, the streamer she had been following. Really? You're Suyuk's streamer manager? Yerong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Anhyang seemed taken aback by her unexpectedly enthusiastic reaction. Yes, actually. I'm truly enjoying the stream. Since the fight with the wolf warrior. Really? Then you've been watching from the very start. Of course. Wasn't that the first stream? That's right. Wow, you're a real fan. Would I be a fake one? The conversation, once started, flowed easily and continued seamlessly. Really? The first viewer? Yes, it's truly fate, isn't it? Come on. You're not lying about being the manager, are you? Any initial tension evaporated as the two continued their conversation, bonded by their common interest. So, were you also a fan of Suyuk from a long time ago? Fan? The sudden question made Yerong pause. Most people watch Suyuk stream because they are fans. They share a sense of belonging under the umbrella of being his viewers. Yerong also watched Suyuk stream. But honestly, could she consider herself a fan like them? A fan? She couldn't answer. She wasn't just his fan. She was his friend. Though she missed Suyuk like the others, their relationship and the extent of her longing were undeniably different. What is it? Anhyang was just as taken aback by her reaction. Saying she watched since the fight with the wolf warrior meant she had been watching from the very first stream. That implied she specifically looked for Suyuk's themed streams. Yet she hesitated to label herself as his fan. As Anhyang continued to give Yerong a peculiar look, rumble dash, a loud thunderclap echoed. From the kit Anhyang was watching. And also from the central screen of the Colosseum. Asterisk. Rumble dash. The spear danced in his hand. Blood trickled down Suyuk's hand as he gripped the lightning spear. To think it could really be created. Forging a weapon purely from lightning is no easy feat. It's worlds apart from merely imbuing a weapon with elemental properties. Of course, its power differed as much as its difficulty. Still, I have to show it. But the current situation was perfect for this. It's a live stream. Wow, what the heck? Can he already do that? I'm so hyped for Suyuk. He tried this a while ago and already got the hang of it, lol. In the second floor trial, Suyuk had thrown a lightning spear. The lightning spear, a single-use, legendary-grade item. It had been a crucial item for defeating the Giant King. However, lightning was always more suited to a spear than a sword. Though it was just one throw, the sensation of the spear resonated clearly in his hands. The trial of lightning conveyed this to the wielder who took the trial through the lightning spear. Lightning isn't something to be swung. It becomes the most potent weapon when thrown. Though it's not the first time I've forged a spear, the spear he'd made back then wasn't comparable to the one he now held. While his former spear was stronger during his prime, he could still declare confidently, "This is the real deal. This indeed was the true lightning." Crackle dash. A sharp current surged up his hand. The blood trickling down his hand blackened and solidified almost instantly. Although he had managed to create it, it still wasn't a trivial task. This is still too much to use. Even he felt it. This weapon wasn't something that should be wielded on the third floor. He should be grateful that he could even create it in the first place. And the biggest reason he could do so was thanks to selfish sacrifice. LV5 resists the damage from lightning. The level 5 selfish sacrifices effect had made it possible. As the level rises, the efficacy is indeed increasing. It was worth the points he poured into it. The more points he invested, the more the skill's effectiveness grew. Choosing selfish sacrifice to mitigate lightning's drawbacks had indeed been the optimal choice. At that moment, a deep sigh rose from within his core. In the end, I have to earn more again. Probably forever. This obsession with points would continue. That spear. Schneider's eyes wavered as he looked at the lightning spear. What is that? How did you? Wasn't I the one asking questions? What? Caught off guard, Schneider recalled Suyuk's words. Do you still look like I'm running away? He couldn't say yes. If he were to utter such nonsense after seeing that spear, it would be like spitting in his own face.
No.
Then let me ask you one more thing. Boom! As Suyuk raised the spear high, a small thunderclap echoed once more. Will you run away? Schneider remained silent. He knew this was a provocation, painfully obvious one. The meaning behind the question was clear. Running away is for the weaker ones. Are you admitting that you are weaker than me? That's what Suyuk was essentially saying. However, even knowing this, Schneider couldn't easily back down. If I can shatter this. A scene flickered before his eyes. That single step he had never managed to take. It resurfaced, making it impossible for him to turn away. This time I can reach it. Step by step, Schneider didn't run away. He walked towards the intimidating lightning spear, clutching his own with resolve. The blue steam emitted from Schneider's body intensified. He could feel each muscle fiber. Magic expanded, coursing through every part of his body. Suddenly, as he walked into the lightning's domain, a conversation from years ago came to mind. Team leader, may I ask a disrespectful question? This was back when he and Don Zhao were trying to conquer the Thunder Cave as a team. They had failed the raid 3 times. It was common for raid team members to change. No matter how much Blue Zone wanted the Thunder Cave conquered, it was often seen as a waste of time for individual players. From the moment you say that, it's already disrespectful. Oh really? What is it? I was just curious why you're so obsessed with the Thunder Cave. It was a question he had heard countless times. Anyone who knew Schneider would naturally wonder about it. What on earth could be in there that made him so obsessively dedicated? Frankly, he had no way of knowing what lay at the end of the dungeon. I don't know. Pardon. People like me, who are insanely obsessed with something, tend to forget the reasons. What does that mean? Put grandly, it's a conviction. Put stupidly, it's an obsession. Exactly. To anyone, this looked like an obsession. But such words didn't matter at all. One thing I can say for sure is that I believe my life will be different depending on whether I overcome this or not. It was a thought that had struck him after failing about 10 times. That's why I can't give up. If I give up here, I'll be a failure at everything. And if you succeed, you'll be able to do anything. In response to Don Zhao's words, Schneider had simply smiled. Conquering the Thunder Cave. For a player not blessed with innate talent, overcoming that was his first hurdle. And now, is this my second wall? Schneider faced his second barrier akin to the Thunder Cave. Swoosh dash. Ah dash. He aimed the spear at Suyuk's neck and charged with accelerating speed, pouring every ounce of his strength from his toes to his head into that spear. Suyuk, adopting a throwing stance, looked at the charging Schneider. Impressive. He couldn't help but acknowledge it. His determination towards the Thunder Cave hadn't been in vain. Look, behold the image of a finished player, throwing himself like a completed spear. I can't face him half-heartedly. To honor his 10 years of dedication, Suyuk had to show his respect. That he hadn't underestimated the Thunder Cave. Rather, he simply possessed the qualifications to do so. Flash Dash. Chapter 57. Boom! In an instant, a yellow light flashed at the center of the arena. The loud thunderclap drowned out all other noises. Participants, whether they were hesitant to move or just starting to fight, turned their heads towards the sound and light. Suyuk and Schneider had clashed. Likely, the winner of this duel would determine the victor of the entire tournament. While most people initially predicted Schneider would win, at this moment, certainty was nowhere to be found. Please let it be Schneider. I've gone all in on you. If I'm wrong again, I'm doomed. Is the underdog about to win? In the spectator stands, those who had bet points on the outcome clasped their hands in anticipation. Doesn't matter who wins, just let them both be wrecked. If their stamina drops, I might get a chance too. If I aim for the leftovers. The participants, watching the duel with bated breath, hoped for a window of opportunity in the aftermath. While everyone was eager to know the result, there was one place already celebrating the outcome. Nice underdog victory. This is it. Clothes off, pants off, everything off. Damn. Should have trusted him, angry face. LOL, there's someone who didn't believe? LOL SMH. It was Suyuk's chat room. He actually won LOL. It was easier than expected. Right? Thought it'd be intense. The provocation probably played a huge role. Honestly, he did get pushed back a bit at first. Ahead of the screens in the spectators' area, Suyuk's stream displayed the outcome. Crackle dash. Yellow electricity coursed through Schneider's body. With a large hole in his torso, he sat on the ground, blood dripping from his mouth. UVE gained 39 territories. UVE gained a total of 82 territories. The message confirming the acquisition of territories sounded. It was a definitive end, clearer than any other confirmation, that Schneider had been defeated. Yet he hadn't closed his eyes. Oh, he died standing up? Like nothing happened. Guess he really hated losing. Schneider refused to close his eyes, still glaring at Suyuk. Suyuk clicked his tongue as he observed. His mental fortitude is commendable. It was his sheer willpower that had made him who he was. Even in death, he maintained his gaze on Suyuk. Suyuk inspected the hole in Schneider's body. The power of the spear he had just created should have ended him instantly. Yet, despite such injuries, Schneider had reached this far. The physical endurance to remain standing despite those wounds, coupled with the indomitable spirit to aim his spear at Suyuk until the end. He was more than just a rookie on the third floor. He was already an exceptional player. We'll meet again soon enough, whether in this arena or another. At the Thunder Cave, the chance to clash with him again still awaited. And perhaps next time, the same provocations wouldn't work. This match was one Schneider fought alone, but in the Thunder Cave, he would have his team with him. Crackle, snap, dash. Time passed, and gradually Suyuk and Schneider's figures became visible to those around them. Seeing this unexpected outcome, the participants stared at Suyuk in shock. Suyuk actually won? Their opponent was none other than Omar Schneider, a player known for nearly conquering the Thunder Cave, considered impregnable. A veteran who had been on the third floor for 10 years. Schneider was different from other players who were stuck because they couldn't overcome the barrier to the next floor. Despite being qualified to move higher, he remained here, growing stronger as he pursued his goal in the Thunder Cave. This made him a standout anomaly wreaking havoc on the ecosystem. And yet, here was this result. Gulp dash. Participants close by saw the 82 territories Suyuk had claimed. Whoever held those territories was undoubtedly going to win the tournament. Moreover, now there was only one disruptor left in the ecosystem instead of two. Can I win? He's injured. And those injuries came from his own skill. Lightning consumes a lot of stamina. The recent fight might have significantly depleted his stamina. As participants began to view Suyuk as prey, one after another, oh right, the mission. Catching his breath while looking at Schneider's body, Suyuk checked the remaining time. 59 minutes left. Half of the trial time still remained. Not much time left. I'll have to hurry. The winner was decided. Now, the only thing left was the 300 points per kill mission. Asterisk. Squeak dash. The rocking chair tilted back sharply. Sherwoo, who had been watching the stream, stood up abruptly, muttering to himself. This is insane. Crackle, crack dash. The area around him began to freeze again, centered around his feet. In no time, the intense cold had frozen the entire house he was in. But whether he noticed this or not, is this possible? Sherwoo muttered in disbelief as he continued watching the stream. The streamer defeating Schneider and then taking down other participants one by one. It was Suyuk. That spear just now. The lightning spear Suyuk had created. Even for Sherwoo, who thought he knew lightning well, it was unlike anything he had seen before. It was different from what Suyuk used to wield. The Suyuk he knew also used spears. But the difference lay in the simplicity of his weapon. A straightforward technique that merely condensed the power of lightning. However, the spear created by the streamer Suyuk seemed more intricate. Almost as if it looked like a player-crafted item. Blood dripping from his hands, his sword trembling as he swung it at other participants. Pretending nothing was wrong, yet clearly having expended a considerable amount of stamina. The spear that felled Schneider was a trump card, consuming significant stamina. Slice dash. Another participant was cut down by Suyuk. The chat was already in a festive mood. Let's go for the win. Curious about the nimble thief's footwear options. For real, never thought I'd see it on the stream. Viewers were confident of his victory. But Sherwoo, knowing the streamer's capabilities better than anyone, didn't share their certainty. Can he hold out? From this point on, it was no longer a fight between Suyuk and other participants. It was Suyuk versus himself. A trial of how long he could endure. If he manages to hold out, Minji's relic would fall into his hands. And that would be the moment Yerong would make her move. Wasn't Yerong a fan of this stream dashed up? Just as he raised his head to check Yerong's vacant spot. What? Only then did Sherwoo notice the frozen ground and his house. And while he excelled at freezing things, he couldn't thaw them.
I'm screwed.
Asterisk. Slash dash. A sharp noise echoed as the steel shield was cut. The armored player equipped with a shield fell with a grudging expression. UVE gained 3 territories. UVE gained a total of 113 territories. As the time limit dwindled, players with multiple territories increased. Initially, he focused more on kills than on the number of territories, but midway another objective emerged. If you're curious, bet 50000 has registered a mission. Yuri not focusing enough on territories? From now on 100 points per territory. Another type of mission. Suyuk's eyes lit up. He began searching for players with many territories. 3 missions in the finals alone. This is practically a big corporation now. Look at the viewer count. LOL, already a mid-sized company. A total of 4 missions were triggered during the finals. Adding the win-based mission made it 5 large missions. Missions of this scale were unheard of in smaller streams. In reality, Suyuk's viewer count had already grown too large to be considered a novice streamer. Viewers: 12,880. Approaching 13,000 viewers. Suyuk's stream was now in the league of so-called mid-sized companies. UVE gained 6 territories. UVE gained a total of 153 territories. He began to move, chasing after players with many territories. Simultaneously, Suyuk checked the remaining time. 20 minutes left. Huff dash, huff dash. His breathing grew rough. Breathing had started to become difficult quite some time ago, but it was only now starting to show. That guy, he looks out of breath. No wonder he's been taking short breaks after killing each one. He's exhausted, He's just like the rest of us. The weaknesses of lightning were well known by now. Up until now, Suyuk had appeared so vigorous that everyone had forgotten. But once a weakness was exposed, it was only a matter of time before they exploited it. Don't give him time to rest. If we don't catch him now, we might never catch him. Keep pressing him. Now, participants were approaching him first. Suyuk stopped and addressed his viewers. Quick to notice, aren't they? One of the reasons Suyuk always wore a mask was to hide things like his labored breathing. If they had noticed his condition a bit earlier and hadn't given him any time to rest, then I'd really be in trouble. Right? Nodding anyway. We got fooled too. The viewers had been just as deceived. With his breathing and expressions concealed by the mask, Suyuk had moved first, hunting down participants to give the impression he wasn't tired. Who would have thought that the wolf among the sheep was actually battered and exhausted inside? Get him dash! The participants kept coming. If they let him rest, it was over. To seize even the tiniest chance, they had to strike while he was tired. With about 1 minute left, the final opponent approached. Participant Don Zhao has entered the territory. Suyuk dash. Schneider's comrade, Don Zhao, charged at Suyuk with a spear. Was it because they were longtime comrades? Or had he specifically been trained? His spear resembled Schneider's closely. However, still far from it. It was only an imitation at best. Crackle dash. Yellow electricity flowed from the tips of Suyuk's left fingers. Timing it perfectly, he swung his sword at Don Zhao's spear tip. Thud dash. The spear was sent flying high. Don Zhao's eyes went wide. A magic sword? A red aura emanated from Suyuk's sword. In that brief moment, Suyuk had activated his magic sword. And in the next instant, crackle dash. Releasing the condensed electricity at his fingertip, he shocked Zhao's hand. Arg! His grip loosened. Despite Zhao's will, his electrocuted hand had no strength left. Clang dash. Naturally, he dropped the tightly held spear. The moment he let go of his weapon, Don Zhao's neck was severed. Slash dash. UVE gained 17 territories. UVE gained a total of 283 territories. And with him, no more participants dared to charge at Suyuk. Hua dash dot. 00:00:05. Suyuk checked the time and raised his head. His hair was soaked with sweat. He felt tired but also refreshed, making him smile. Tough. The winner, with 283 territories, is Suyuk. The trial has concluded. Chapter 58. What dash? The crowd's cheers filled the arena. In the Colosseum, the players who had finished their matches stood with regretful expressions. The winner was decided. Before the match started, everyone was a protagonist, but now a single protagonist was chosen. I won dash. Anhyang jumped up from her seat and cheered loudly. She seemed far more ecstatic than Suyuk, who stood in the arena. On the contrary, Yerong was unsure if she should be happy or not. He really ended up winning. Like many other players, Sherwu and Yerong had believed that the winner would be Schneider. No matter how talented Suyuk was or that he had gained the lightning couldn't be wielded by just anyone. The lightning was a double-edged sword. In many ways, it was closer to a cursed weapon, given that it inevitably harmed its wielder. They thought it would take Suyuk much more time to master it. What was that spear? And how does he still have stamina after throwing that? Everything was beyond expectations. He had his friend's name and surpassed his talents. It was incredible. So, unfortunately, eliminated participants, please exit. Only the winner should remain on stage. The announcer's voice boomed from above the stage. Only one order of business remained. Next, the prize presentation. The prize. The relic of Kim Min-jae, a member of Blue Eyes, and her friend. Flash dash. A pair of red leather shoes appeared above. Schneider's face was unreadable. He looked both angry and resigned. As all the participants vacated the area, the prize presentation will now take place dash. Kim Min-jae's relic was transferred to Ko Hyunsu's hand. Watching this, Yerong fell into deep thought. According to the original plan, when the winner is announced, steal it. It's much safer that way. Now was the time for her to act. Asterisk. Thud dash. The shoes landed in his hand. As his eyes followed the slowly descending shoes, Suyuk's expression wavered. It had been a long while. Not for him, but for these shoes. 20 years. There was a peculiar feeling. The nimble thief's footwear. Minji's most cherished item. Hey! Didn't I tell you not to touch my shoes? Who wore them? Hey! The memory of him blowing up over a slight touch was vivid. More than a comfort item. Thinking back to those times, he chuckled. And then, oh that? Ilsu said he'd borrow them for a bit. Again? Arg dash. Even unpleasant memories he didn't want to recall surfaced. The smile that had briefly appeared faded. His eyes, filled with nostalgia, sharpened and tightened with resolve. Yeah, even he would have known. Suddenly, the reality of his friend's death hit him, dying at the hands of someone who had once been a close comrade. Nice. Those nimble thief's footwear, though. Lookin' slick. Poor Suyuk is ballin' with items now. He's so obsessed with points, he might sell them. This thing could fetch a crazy premium for sure. That's nonsense. No matter how urgent his need for points, he could never sell this. I'm not selling. Pardon. His response left Go Hyunsu puzzled. Unlike in the trial where he could control the microphone, the boundary wasn't clear here. Oh, I was speaking to my viewers. Ah yes, you are a streamer. But saying you won't sell, what does that mean? A viewer suggested that the prize would sell for a high price. Of course, it would probably fetch at least hundreds of thousands of points, if not more. The nimble thief's footwear carried the premium of being associated with blue eyes. Its value was high enough that it was difficult to quantify in points. For wealthy collectors, it was an unmatched item. Sell it to me dash. Just name the price. I'll pay any amount. You want premium items? My family's vault has even better stuff. Just visit and... The Colosseum, once again, grew noisy after the tournament had ended. It was a natural progression. The nimble thief's footwear was the main reason this large audience had gathered. They came to buy this. The name Blue Eyes was still etched deeply in the tower. It was part of the history he had created, a history that was turned into a legend by Kim Il-soo. And the people present were collectors eager to get closer to that legend. Individuals whose aim was to purchase the winner's prize immediately. I'm not selling it. Suyuk responded calmly. But the commotion didn't subside. It grew louder. I'll bid 2 million points. I'll bid 2.1 million points. I'll pay 2.5 million. Plus. 3 million. The frenzy only intensified. It was as if they hadn't heard Suyuk's words at all. Wealthy individuals vying for the item, and the audiences finding the auction highly entertaining. Their voices became more distinct as the bidding escalated. It's up to 3 million. Looks like it might go higher. Is that item really worth that much? It's just a premium. Famous ranker used it. This could go up to 4 million. He had hoped to keep things quiet, just to collect his friend's relic and leave. I can't stand this. In the end, Suyuk flipped. Flash dash. A yellow pillar shot up into the sky above the arena. Boom! Lightning rumbled through the stadium. In an instant, the rowdy atmosphere settled, and the auction-like chatter from the stands ceased. Let me make it clear. No amount of money will make me sell this. Suyuk's words echoed powerfully, underscored by the dramatic display of lightning. Only then did the people in the stands understand his resolve. But there's always one or two who just can't take a hint. 5 million, a persistent voice called out. Even if I offer 5 million? An astronomical sum escaped from his lips. Wow, 5 million. That's no joke. How many times the normal price is that? Man, this guy's being pressured hard. Just as murmurs began to rise again at that price. I'll say it one last time. Suyuk glared, his voice deadly serious. I'm not selling. Asterisk. The prize presentation ended with quite a commotion. Despite the incredible offer of 5 million points, Suyuk did not part with the item. As he walked out of the arena, Suyuk turned his head, feeling unsettled. They just had to inflate the price unnecessarily. 5 million. On reflection, it was an absolutely staggering amount. Most players could neither dream of nor touch such a sum in their lifetime. With that many points, he could instantly raise the level of selfish sacrifice by several stages. However, even with that in mind, Suyuk had no intention of selling. I can earn points through streaming or by becoming a ranker in the future. One way or another, there were methods to earn points. Even if it was slow, he believed he could eventually earn not just 5 million, but even 10 million points. But this item was different. I might never be able to get it back. He intended to reclaim every single item his friends had used. Minji's shoes, for sure. Whether it was Suhoon's spear or Jiang's necklace, he vowed to find all of them. And this was just the beginning. Still, it kind of stings. There was only one way to soothe that bitter feeling. Show us the item. Seriously curious about its options. Aren't you going to claim the mission funds? The missions. Various missions had been set up for the finals, resulting in substantial support. I have to claim them, don't I? Mission completed. Received 28,300 points from If You're Curious Bet 50,000. Mission completed. Received 14,300 points from Mission Villain. Received from Reborn Rich. The pleasant messages continued to roll in. A total of 71,200 points. Far from the 5 million points bid in the earlier auction, but still a substantial amount nonetheless. Current points, 87,229. In an instant, his points exceeded 80,000 again, recovering what he had spent. Thanks for the missions, everyone. I feel a bit less bitter now. You felt bitter? You were so firm, I thought you didn't care, lol. Money-hungry Suyuk, of course you would, raffle. He wondered what kind of image he had cultivated. Was I really that obsessed with money? He was sure he wasn't like that in his past life. Mission Villain has donated 100 points. Shut up. If you're grateful, check the item stats. With the suggestion that came with the donation, Suyuk nodded. He needed to check the item stats anyway. Even if it wasn't worth 5 million points, it was bound to be useful. It's definitely a valuable item. Min-jae had cherished it for good reasons. All right, let's see. Suyuk continued the stream while appraising the item. Let's take a look together. Nimble Thief's Footwear. Grade. Unique. Level requirement. 30. Shoes of the Nimble Thief. Imbued with the power to lighten the body. Movement speed increased by 25%. Jumping ability increased by 15%. Can use Cloud Step once a day. Movement speed and jumping ability boosts, along with a skill option. Despite its high grade of unique, the level requirement was not excessive. Fortuitously, he could use the item immediately. However, the viewer's reactions to the item stats were mixed. It looks good, but not as impressive as I thought. This is unique? This is worth 5 million? Clearly, those were the opinions of people who didn't know the value of items. Idiots don't realize how rare movement speed items are, lol. Aren't movement speed items what rankers would fetch from hell itself?
Uw 25% is insanely op.
They were right. Items that significantly boosted movement speed were incredibly valuable, regardless of their grade or level requirement. Such options were rare and their performance scaled dramatically with the user's level. Thanks to this, Min-jae was able to have the swiftest feet among them. Well, even so, it's not worth 5 million points. Realistically, the item's market value was probably around 2 million, maybe. It was peculiar. For a third-floor competition, the prize seemed way too significant. While it had undoubtedly boosted the event's scale, something about it felt unnatural. What kind of game are they playing? As Suyuk pondered this and inspected the item's options, his kit suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Unhyang. Unhyang. Suyuknim, is the stream wrapping up soon? This was odd. No matter how urgent, She had never messaged him first during a stream. Especially not a personal message instead of chat. Reply, almost done. What's the matter? Hyang. I spotted someone suspicious. Her next message made Suyuk turn his head. Hyang, be careful. They might be after the prize. Chapter 59. In an alley near the Colosseum where the tournament had ended, Cha Minwo leaned against the wall and sighed in admiration. He really won, that kid. The screen on the kit he held displayed Suyuk's stream. Suyuk was receiving the tournament's winning prize, the nimble thief's footwear. Snapdash. Cha Minwo took a long drag from his lit cigarette, deep in thought. This was unexpected. I thought for sure Schneider would win. Responding to Cha Minwo's words was his partner, Park Weyoung. With her bow slung over her shoulder, she was watching the same stream. Isn't it impressive? To think he's already strong enough to beat Schneider. Talent of the highest caliber, no doubt. I admit. Do you think he'll become like Lee Suyuk someday? Here, she wasn't referring to the streamer Suyuk. She was talking about the legend of Blue Eyes, Minwo's idol Lee Suyuk. Well, he has enough talent, doesn't he? He even scored the same in the same trial. She watched the stream with an intrigued expression. There's a saying going around, whatever the real Suyuk can do, the fake Suyuk can. The real Suyuk? The fake Suyuk. It's what people say these days. Lee Suyuk is the real one, and the streamer Suyuk is the fake one. Real Suyuk, fake Suyuk. What ridiculous nicknames. Minwo's face scrunched up in displeasure. And they got it backward. It's not that the fake Suyuk can do what the real Suyuk can. It's that the real Suyuk can do whatever the fake Suyuk can. Isn't that the same thing? No, it's not. Something about the topic seemed to irritate Cha Minwo profoundly. Whenever discussions about Lee Suyuk came up, he almost regressed into a fanstruck child. Ah, that everlasting fangirl heart. What did you say? You heard me? Yeah, I said it for you to hear. Weyoung shrugged and changed the subject. So what happens now? What else? Change of plans. And the prize? What, you think we should just rob him? Weyoung had no response, understanding full well there wasn't much they could do now that the winner was decided. It was just frustrating. Handing over the relics of Blue Eyes to an outsider was a bitter pill to swallow for Blue Zone. It's embarrassing to take it forcibly, and look at that number of viewers. How many are there? Viewers. 14017. 14,000. Certainly not a small number. Even after the tournament had ended, new viewers were streaming in, likely to catch a glimpse of the prize. It meant it was a hot topic in some community somewhere. We can't touch him. There's nothing good that'll come from it. We should have pulled him in before he got this big. What can we do? Rejecting us means he's confident in his own skills. Despite the guild's disadvantageous position, Minwo still held a slight smile. He's confident. He believes his value will only increase over time. Is that really the reason? What else could it be? Is there a reason not to join our guild? Minwo was convinced. The streamer, Lee Suyuk. Someday he would come under their wing. Because, I can tell, this guy is obsessed with the legend of Blue Eyes. He was undeniably of the same kind as him. Really? Cha Minwo always changed whenever topics related to Blue Eyes came up. Weyoung sighed as she looked at him. The problem is, that legend might be ending soon. Must be a misunderstanding. I hope you're right. Weyoung let Minwo's words pass through one ear and out the other. Whatever else they were discussing, his words wouldn't carry objectivity in this mission. While the two were engrossed in their conversation, Suyuk has ended the stream. Suyuk had finished his stream after checking the item's options. Well, let's go see if that rumor is true or not. Step dash. Weyoung began walking away, and with her steps as a signal, step, step dash. Players started moving from various corners of the alley they had been standing in. Asterisk. After finishing his stream, Suyuk entered the restaurant where Hyang was waiting. She had prepared enticingly grilled meat and waved at Suyuk as he walked in. Over here, over here. Why a barbecue place? You worked hard during the match. Aren't you hungry? It was indeed mealtime. Suyuk picked up the chopsticks and began eating the grilled meat. What was that text about? Oh, that. Anhyang paused, organizing her thoughts before speaking. I met a mysterious person in the crowd. Mysterious. Well, that's... Anhyang narrated the encounter with the enigmatic woman in the audience, a suspicious player with a concealed face. At first I was suspicious, but then her words made sense, so I dropped my guard. What do you mean by made sense? She said she was a fan of yours, just like me. A fan? Yeah, it didn't seem like a lie. I have a good eye for these things. Fans can recognize one another. Anhyang was convinced the woman's reactions weren't fabricated. But when you won, her expression. Anhyang recalled the woman's expression after Suyuk's victory. It was a face with mixed emotions. Joy, despair, longing. All tangled together in an unreadable expression. Not knowing how to explain it, Anhyang moved on. Anyway, she then suddenly vanished. Suyuk's hand paused as he brought the meat to his mouth. Vanished? Yes, suddenly. Did she dodge your eyes?
Impossible.
This was Anhyang they were talking about. Though she was a manager now, her skills were exceptional. Player known as a genius. How many players could vanish from her sight? She knew this too, which is why she urgently texted Suyuk. A player who can disappear from Anhyang's sight and conceal their face. Suyuk's mind raced. There was at least one player who fit the description. A vague yet familiar image took shape in Suyuk's mind. No way, just in case. With that thought, Suyuk asked, and then, pardon, is there anything more? As he listened, he felt like an old, familiar picture was being drawn on a blank canvas. Who could it be? He needed more information to color in the picture. Anhyang paused, contemplating before she answered. And, right, I asked if she was a fan of Lee Suyuk. Me? No, not you, Suyuknim. Of blue eyes. It wasn't a strange question. Most of Suyuk's viewers had memories and illusions about Lee Suyuk. But her reaction was a bit odd. In what way? It was like, she was neither affirming nor denying, but it definitely wasn't a no. Not affirming or denying then? Like she was... Searching for the right words, Anhyang finally chose the closest term she could find. Like she missed him. At that moment, clatter-dash, Suyuk stood abruptly. He dropped his chopsticks and the meat he was holding and ran outside.
Suchuknim. Suchuknim.
Anhyang's urgent voice reached him, but he couldn't care less right now. Thud, thud, thud-dash. Just like when he had discovered the ice flower. Suyuk began frantically searching the surroundings. Asterisk. Yerong was seated on the rooftop of a building. From the rooftop, she had a clear view of the village below. The village was bustling with people who had just finished watching the tournament. Among them, Yerong noticed the distinct movements of certain players. I knew it, I just knew. Cha Minwo and Park Weyoung were at the center, surrounded by numerous players in hiding, mingling with the crowd, all aiming to capture someone. But, your instincts have dulled, Ilsu. Yerong clicked her tongue as she observed them. Does he really think he can catch me with such rookies? Maybe if he came personally. What else might he have up his sleeve? To her, the players gathered here weren't a threat. Running away wasn't the issue. Even facing them head-on, she could kill them all and walk out easily. Maybe not 20 years ago, but with her current skills she could. Yet, should I? Her gaze shifted to one spot. Sprinting through the streets, wearing his usual mask, was streamer Suyuk. She had no idea what he was frantically searching for. Regardless, what she needed was the shoes he was wearing. If necessary, I can just cut off his feet and take them. It would take less than a second. That amount of time wouldn't even be enough for the others to notice, and even if they did, well, at least the small net-like formation she could see before her could be torn through easily as she fled. So that was not a problem. The problem was, should I? It was the inexplicable conflict within her. Even she couldn't identify the source of her hesitation. Was it because she had been enjoying his stream lately? No. No matter how entertaining, it couldn't hold as much importance as a keepsake from a friend who was like family. Despite that, the reason she hesitated was clear. What is so similar about him? It's infuriating. The fact that, in his anonymous visage, she kept seeing Lee Suyuk's shadow. When the winner is announced, steal it. It's much safer that way. She had promised Sherwoo. Don't worry. Min-jae cherished that item more than anything. I won't just leave it behind. She couldn't go back empty-handed. No matter how much this guy resembled Lee Suyuk. At the end of the day, it's just cosplay. Lee Suyuk is dead. 20 years had passed, and he never reappeared. Officially, Lee Suyuk was declared dead. System-wise, retaking the lower floor trials was impossible without a genuine reincarnation. They were different people. They could not be the same person. But I said I'm not selling. Every time she tried to move to cut his leg, reasons why she shouldn't came up. Damn it! Ugh! This is so frustrating. In the end, she clutched her head and screamed in frustration. Then she jumped up and made a decision. You just wait. Join Ilsu's guild, and I'll come cut off that leg myself one day. Failing to retrieve Minji's most cherished item would be an unforgivable failure in her eyes. No, she wouldn't even be able to face her other friends in the afterlife. With a swift turn, she glanced at Suyuk once more. He was still frantically searching every corner of the village. The feeling of regret was unfamiliar but undeniable after making her decision. Someday, it would be nice to have a conversation with him, because she felt surely talking to him would feel like talking to Lee Suyuk. Chapter 60. Pack dash. Hugh, who dashed up. It had been a while since he felt so exhausted without even using his lightning. Suyuk searched every nook and cranny of the village. From secluded alleys to building rooftops and crowded places. Every possible hiding spot was thoroughly examined. But no matter how much he looked around, he couldn't find her. He knew, if what he was looking for was her, he would never be able to find it. Whether she's alive or not, there were probably fewer than 10 players in the entire tower who could find her if she decided to hide. I can't find her now, he thought rationally. He knew it was a futile effort. Normally, he wouldn't waste his energy on such a futile effort. But he couldn't stop. Just like the day he first reincarnated. Just like the day he first discovered the ice flower. Even knowing it was futile, he couldn't just stand still. Are you alive? Really? This time, it wasn't as certain as the ice flower. The unfathomable ice flower. Inside it, he could indeed feel Shuwu's magic. Thanks to that, he was almost sure that he was alive. So he had hope that they would meet someday. It became his driving force to live. But maybe one more person. Not just Sherwoo, but maybe one more person was alive. Yerong. The item he had blasted away took 4 lives. But according to records, no one survived that incident. If it weren't for the ice flower, he would never have known that Sherwoo was alive. But maybe it wasn't just one person. Maybe all 4? Crack. At the absurd thought, Suyuk bit his lip hard. He knew it was impossible. At that time, not only Sherwoo but all 4 of them were a mess. It would be fortunate if even one of them survived, and miraculous if 2 did. But all 4? Don't be certain yet. He stopped running and stood still, lifting his head. He was out of breath. Despair and hope mingled, creating a complex set of feelings. The only thing he could be sure of now was Kim Sherwoo. He couldn't be certain about Yerong just from Unhyang's words. Because, if it were that guy, he would have definitely shown up. Yerong wouldn't have stayed still in front of Minji's memento. Maybe it was just a mere fan. It couldn't be ruled out that, by sheer coincidence, an extraordinary player happened to be a viewer. Don't jump to conclusions. Calm down. He stood still and caught his breath. And only then did he realize who was behind him. Swish. Unhyang. She had been following him all along, maintaining a certain distance. Are you okay? Only then did Suyuk realize how he must have looked to her. He had suddenly dashed out during a meal and ran around like a madman. Of course, he must have looked strange. What's going on? It's nothing. I just thought I saw someone I knew. The person I mentioned? Yes. But now that I think about it, it doesn't seem to be them. I must have been mistaken. It wasn't a lie. Since nothing had been confirmed, it could indeed be a mistake. But a woman's intuition was always frightening. In response to Suyuk's hurriedly made-up words, Anhyang spoke as if she found it odd.
Soo-hyuk-님.
Yes. Don't you have any friends? It was a question that pierced his heart with many implications. Asterisk. Night had fallen. The streets grew quiet, and at Cha Minwo's feet, a pile of discarded cigarettes was gradually forming. They were keeping an eye on the lodging where Suyuk had entered. Did we miss them? Weyoung looked anxious. She was constantly on edge, worrying that they might have lost their target because of a mistake.
No.
How can you be so sure? Just got a call from Il Soo-hyung. Cha Minwo turned over the screen of his kit. He said to pull out. Displayed on the screen were the two characters for withdraw. It was a message from Kim Il-soo, the representative of Blue Zone. With those two words, he had the power to mobilize over 1,000 players scattered across the third floor. Withdraw? Seriously? Yeah. He said they didn't come here. If they had, they wouldn't have just passed through. What? Then? It means they didn't come here at all. We wasted our time, damn it. Cha Minwo grumbled irritably. He had come all the way down to the third floor, yet the mission hadn't even begun. And now something else was souring his mood. And he also said, even if it were a trap, they would have still gone for it. With those words, Weyoung was now certain of their target's identity. Then it's really... Yeah, it seems so. Didn't they say it was a ridiculous rumor? I thought so too. He had hoped it wasn't true. But looking at Kim Il-soo's message, those long-rumored suspicions might indeed be real. Did they really betray Lee Soo-hyuk? Asterisk. Late at night when everyone was asleep, Soo-hyuk went up to the rooftop of his lodgings. The empty streets lay below, and the colder night air brushed his face. His mind was too tangled for sleep. For the first time in a while, he came out without his mask. There was no one to see his face anyway. He didn't feel the need to cling to his mask in such moments. Leaning against the railing, Soo-hyuk fiddled with the ice flower he had kept in a drawer. The flower Sherwoo had left behind. Half stolen, but still given to him by Sherwoo. Are you really alive? If he was alive, just what was he doing and where was he now? Is it really because of this? He took out his kit and looked at the screen. Articles that had surfaced quite some time ago. Blue Eyes disbandment. Was Lee Soo-hyuk's death due to his comrades? Guildmaster Kim Il-soo, tight-lipped about internal divisions. No comment. Guildmaster Kim Il-soo's withdrawal due to internal strife? The truth of that day. Even the few articles that caught his eye revealed this much. For the past 20 years, such conspiracy theories continued to wriggle back to the surface whenever they were forgotten. Of course, among them, there were also articles that cast suspicion on Kim Il-soo. What is the truth of that day? Is Kim Il-soo innocent before the truth? Articles of this sort. It's like grains of sand in the desert. In this way, Kim Il-soo could naturally cover up his own wrongdoings. In fact, many journalists focused on vilifying the other comrades rather than Kim Il-soo. After all, they were presumed dead. In contrast, Kim Il-soo had grown into an enormous figure. There are indeed those who believe so. Crunch. Using him, they had sullied the names of his comrades. Yet, Sherwoo remained hidden. Why? In many ways, it was a sleepless night. Until he could judge and question the events of that day, he wouldn't be able to rest. It's been 20 years since then. Soo-hyuk thought about what had happened today. No matter how slow, progress is progress.
Omar Schneider.
Honestly, he was surprised. A player on the third floor had become this powerful. Perhaps on the fourth, fifth floors, or even higher, there might be more like him. And Kim Il-soo, his old friend and nemesis, whose involvement in the events of that day needed to be interrogated. He wouldn't have stayed idle either. No, rather quite the opposite. He was someone who worked harder than anyone Suyuk knew. He was diligent in everything, and there wasn't anyone who contested his skills were second only to Suyuk's. By now, that guy was probably much higher up. Maybe he had surpassed Suyuk from 20 years ago. I need something more. He was now the latecomer. No matter how great a player he was, overcoming decades of gap wouldn't be easy. And for that, he needed something more. For instance, like that spear. Swoosh. He slipped the kit back into his pocket and raised his hand. The spear that had pierced through Omar Schneider's body. Though it wasn't as powerful as the spear that slew the giant, it was definitely a different kind of weapon. Since the moment he wielded the lightning spear in the second-floor trial, he had thought he might have been using this power incorrectly all along. FZZZT. Yellow electricity flowed from his fingertips. He had used this power for a long time, but it felt strangely unfamiliar now. No, it was more accurate to say he had gotten to know it more deeply. Same yet different. He thought he knew everything about the lightning, that if he had enough stamina, he could wield it. Hence, he focused more on his stamina. But that wasn't it. This wasn't such a simple power. The second legend is that the gods and giants fought over the lightning. Asterisk. The lightning legend Furious had told him. A great power coveted by both gods and giants. Also, gods and giants. Great beings against whom mere human strength could never contend. Asterisk. This was created to fight and win against them. Asterisk. A power that humans had started wielding to fight and win against them. I thought I was handling it well. FZZT. Grasping the surging electricity in his hand tightly, he mumbled in a quiet voice. It wasn't that, was it? Smirk. Realizing his own shortcomings, he couldn't help but laugh. If he thought there was nothing more he could excel at, and that turned out to be wrong, then it meant he could reach even higher. And the next step towards that was Thunder Cave. Conquering that place would reveal more about the secrets of this power. Messing with Blue Zone and Kim Il-soo was just a bonus. Asterisk. The next day, Eun-hyang visited a nearby cafe early in the morning. Cakes, tarts, pies, and tiramisu, a plethora of sweet desserts awaited her. Visiting alone, Eun-hyang ordered her favorite snacks abundantly and, as she savored her favorite cake, she spoke. I can't hear you well. What did you say? I apologize for my impudence. The voice was loud enough to be impossible to miss. On the screen of her kit, Cheon Riang was kneeling with both hands raised high. What did you say? I apologize for my impudence. Hey, can't you at least pretend you heard me with all this? What was that? I can't hear the whining of a guy who lost all his stakes. Arg! Cheon Riang grasped his head and screamed in frustration. The two had made a bet. Eun-hyang bet on Lee Suyuk's victory, while Cheon Riang bet on Schneider's. And the result was Lee Suyuk's victory. Cheon Riang, who was already struggling financially, now had to give up his entire month's salary to Eun-hyang. Hey, you're rich. I have a lot of expenses lately. You're just gonna spend it on cakes again, aren't you? Spend it.
Sorry.
Though Cheon Riang usually lived under Eun-hyang's dominance, this time he had to be even more cautious with her. If he handed over an entire month's salary, he might really have to starve. You already got a fourfold return. Can't you cut me some slack? You want it for free? What do you want? Should I bark? Woof. Don't say disgusting things. Ugh. Feigning to vomit, she pretended to think for a moment before speaking. All right, just do one thing I ask.